Chapter 184. A tanky rare talent that had yet to reach the level of a molding talent allowed Han Xiao to become even more tanky. He remembered that Hela also had a recovery talent, and the effect of extraordinary physique was similar. It also gave him an additional 300 health points. Is it really a good idea for a mechanic like me to become so meaty? Han Xiao did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was forcing him to use his physical body to fight head-on. He felt that if this continued, his image would be destroyed. He only wanted to be a technical mechanic quietly. Melee combat was all brash. I have to find some offensive talents, but these types of molding talents are too rare. Most of the molding talents are defensive or amplification types. As a mechanic, talents that were compatible with his machinery were what he needed the most. Han Xiao had been triggering a talent, Lethal Shot. Although it was not a molding talent, its effect was not bad. It required him to deal a huge amount of damage to a target of at least the same level with a firearm. He had done it nearly 40 times, but enemies of the same level were getting harder and harder to find, so it would take him some time to complete it. As for the temporary enhancement potions, he planned to use some on the rapid injection module of the mechanical suit. He would save the rest and find a chance to sell them for quite a sum. It would be best if he sold them to the players. Among these potions, there was one that was in an incomplete state, and there was only one. Unknown potion, a semi-finished product of a certain potion. Effect unknown. The color was clear and transparent like water. Usually, unknown things would have unexpected effects. Han Xiao had a feeling that this thing was not simple, but he would not use it when the effect was not clear. The Lewis Research Institution might complete the research in the future. I'll come back then, and I'll know the effect of the finished product. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. If he wanted to make potions, he would have to change his profession to pharmacist or have the knowledge of potions from the mage class. Han Xiao was not interested in making potions, and he felt that making potions was different from making machines. Potions required a strict mixture of materials and a strict production process. The slightest mistake would result in failure, and the channeling process was much easier. In the afternoon, Han Xiao snuck out of Cambus. He still had a mission to intimidate in Maple. The few officials that Bennett wanted him to intimidate all lived in the capital of Maple. The two scouts were already on standby in Maple City. The capital of Maple was called Karamochi, which meant Maple Leaf City. The financial group behind the Lewis Research Institution immediately posted a bounty on the dark web. The target was none other than Heisenberg. The bounty included the face Han Xiao had used in the research institution and a short surveillance video of him wearing a mecha and rushing out of the research institution. The Germinal organization soon saw the report. There is no such executive in the organization. The leader was surprised. The organization only had a few hidden intelligence personnel and spies left in other continents. He didn't let anyone rob a civilian research institute. There was only one possibility. This Heisenberg was a fake and deliberately used the Germinal organization as an excuse. In fact, he did not even think that this was framing, because framing the Germinal organization was completely unnecessary. Now that the whole world was targeting them, they did not care about having one more enemy. Ever since the Germinal organization became a dog in the water, every cat and dog thought of them as a toothless tiger, adding insult to injury. Where did this Heisenberg come from? The leader's focus was on the performance of the mecha. He was surprised to find that this mecha was even more advanced than the organization's technology. Even the super soldier experiment that had been making breakthroughs did not reach this level of practicality. If we can get the technology of this mecha, the organization's individual combat ability will improve by leaps and bounds. Which organization developed this new mecha? If it's an enemy, the leader's hand that was holding the corner of the table tightened, leaving clear fingerprints on the steel table. With a serious tone, he ordered, "Let the intelligence network secretly pay attention to the whereabouts of the user of this mecha. I want to know everything about him." Unfortunately, this was the only time Han Zhao's mecha was observed. The Germinal organization's intelligence personnel did not find any more information. It was extremely mysterious. The organization that could develop this kind of mecha must have a huge amount of resources. The leader felt like he had found the tip of the iceberg of a hidden organization. Unfortunately, there were no clues, so he could only leave it as it was. He calmed himself down and asked about another matter. How is the capture of the Inhumans going? The deputy took out the file and said, so far, 2,103 Inhumans have been captured. Originally, the Inhumans were gathered in a few fixed locations. They were actively avoiding our capture and scattered to other areas. More and more of them are resisting arrest, and our operations are being hindered. Mr. Cyberlos has a new theory. Through experiments, it shows that even if these Inhumans are not brainwashed, they will accept all kinds of employment. Their actions are very purposeful. The Inhumans do not understand a lot of common knowledge, and they talk strangely. Also, the Inhumans seem to have a special way of communicating with each other. Some Inhumans know each other. The reason is still under investigation, but there is no more progress. These Inhumans are more like ancient people from the past. That was Mr. Cyberlos's original words. What is the Six Nations' reaction to the Inhumans? The intelligence network shows that the Six Nations have already sent out their own teams to contact the Inhumans. Their attitudes are different. Some are gentle, some are tough. The leader nodded and said in a low voice, they have stopped their war preparations, but they won't stop forever. Agents from various countries have infiltrated Andrea and found them. I want their every move to be under our surveillance. I have a feeling that the Inhumans will be our chance to win this war. The lens of the sunglasses reflected the appearance of a luxurious villa, and the plainclothes Secret Service personnel patrolling the inside and outside of the manor at all times. The Caucasian old man, who was dressed like a homeless man, pushed his sunglasses up, touched the round hat that covered his bald head, and the mini earpiece hidden in the round hat. Duplex 4-story villa. The entrance of the manor needs to be opened by the internal system. There are 2 standard Secret Service teams patrolling outside the manor, and there is 1 team inside. There are a total of 18 Secret Service members. The target leaves the house at 8 in the morning every day and takes a bulletproof car. The 2 teams follow and protect him. He has his lunch at the restaurant in the government building and returns home between 6 and 7 in the evening. Hannes held his sunglasses and spoke softly into the earpiece. The target lives in the political district of Maple. There are many patrolling police and sentries on the road. If you want to make a move on the road, you better do it quickly. A calm female voice came out of the earpiece. Vernina said lightly, then do it on the road. Remind me of those old days. Hannes was dissatisfied. I'm crazy. I'm already retired, but I still have to work with you guys. Also, it's kidnapping an important official in Maple. Damn it, Jirian. Why did you have to find me? Why couldn't you find Bennett? That guy is still fighting on the front line. Why did you have to find me, a retired old man? Can't you just let me have a few years of peace? Humph, you owe me a favor. Also, I don't like Bennett. The guy left me 3 muzzles 33 years ago. A third person's voice sounded from the headset. Jirian was a burly man, and his voice was like a cannon. Don't complain all day like a sissy. Did the days of leisurely planting vegetables and waiting for death wear down your toughness and turn you into a spineless sissy? Gentlemen, don't forget that there's a woman here, Vernina said calmly. I'm already 68 years old. You're 1 year older than me. It's not normal for you to still think about fighting and killing. Hannes was speechless. Humph, not even 70 years old. Is that old? Jirian muttered for a while, then changed his tone and said seriously, there will be patrolling police around the corner in 9 seconds. Be careful and hide. Hannes bent his back, and his aura suddenly became inconspicuous. 9 seconds later, a patrolling police officer walked out from the corner. When he saw Hannes, he walked up and yelled, check your ID. Hannes took out a fake ID. The police officer looked at it and handed it back. He yelled, don't stay here. Go away. Hannes walked slowly like an old man. After he turned the corner, his steps became lighter. He whispered, there are too many patrolling police and sentries in this area. If you want to kidnap the target silently, it's best to do it at night. Chapter 185. The weather in the western continent was gloomy and rainy. In the drizzle, Han Xiao finally arrived at the capital of Maple Leaf City, after a few bumpy days on the civilian train. Maple City was large but sparsely populated. The most obvious thing was that the housing prices were cheap, and the average living space was large enough. Even a middle class could afford to live in a villa, and the income of the civilians in the capital would not be too low. Furthermore, the Maple City government would drive the homeless and the poor to other cities every year, just like cutting off rotten meat regularly. Therefore, Maple City's urban environment was very good. It was quiet and comfortable, and there were many greenery. As usual, it was illegal immigration. Han Xiao followed the address and found a villa at the edge of Maple City. This was a safe house that the darknet had bought with a fake account and an ID card. The contact was waiting for him inside. The villa was 3 stories high. The door was made of brown glazed wood and was engraved with exquisite relief carvings. Han Xiao grabbed the door knocker and knocked on the secret code. The door creaked open, and the old housekeeper, whose face was more wrinkled than an expired orange, invited him in with an expressionless face. After entering the house, the old housekeeper closed the door and said softly, "The 2 guests are waiting in the basement." Han Xiao nodded. He opened a secret door in the closet beside the ladder and walked down the stairs to the basement. This place was not as dimly lit as he had imagined. Instead, there were steel walls, bright lights, and all kinds of equipment and guns. There was even a special lathe and material box in the corner. The 2 contacts were waiting at the meeting table in the middle. They looked at Han Xiao together. He had changed his appearance back to Black Phantom, so he was recognized. The 2 contacts, one was Golden Fox, and the other was a young man. Golden Fox hesitated. "Black Phantom?" Han Xiao's eyes lit up. "It's you. I've seen you before. You seem to have become prettier." Golden Fox was shocked. She touched her face and said to herself, "Please don't be interested in me. I beg you." The other contact was a young man, about 20 years old. His code name in the Blood Pact Society was Ghostblade. He was the lowest Scorpion-level assassin. It was said that he was a new member who had just joined. He was staring at Han Xiao fiercely with a look of scrutiny and a trace of unwillingness. Ghostblade used to be a trained agent in Raylan, but he had fled before graduation. He was trained in an agent training organization, so he had a natural sense of superiority over these underground assassins. He had joined the Blood Pact Society at about the same time as Han Xiao, but Han Xiao had become a legend in the organization while he was still at the Scorpion level. Ghostblade had always been unconvinced. In terms of seniority, Han Xiao was actually very shallow. However, with his battle record, strength, and Bennett as his backer, he became the trump card of the Blood Pact Society. There were a small number of contract killers in the organization who were not convinced by this. All of them were proud people, and most of them were various figures who had changed careers to become assassins. Even if it was written in black and white, as long as they didn't see it with their own eyes, people would still doubt it. "I've heard of your battle record. It is said that you are a legend, but there doesn't seem to be anything special about you." Ghostblade was expressionless. Glancing at Ghostblade, Han Xiao didn't want to argue. Golden Fox hurriedly changed the topic and said, "Cough, there are 5 targets. Raymond Harry, Miller Sinning, Angster Billy, Dark Van City, and Darasi Farimi. They are all Maple officials who oppose the funding. There are guards patrolling the places where they live, and there are also guards when they go out." Golden Fox gave Ghostblade a look. Ghostblade snorted, took out a map, and spread it on the conference table. He said, "These are the topographic maps of the target's villa, as well as the security forces and patrol routes nearby." The information was very detailed. Ghostblade's intelligence gathering ability was strictly based on Raylan's training manual. He had basically found out all the details of this mission. Ghostblade relied on his secret agent knowledge, and Golden Fox didn't help him at all during the scouting. This made him feel superior to these killers. A professional like him was indeed different from an amateur. Ghostblade secretly looked at Han Xiao. With such detailed information, he didn't believe that Black Phantom would not be surprised. However, Han Xiao's expression didn't change. It was as if this was a common occurrence. Ghostblade frowned and was dissatisfied. He said in a deep voice, "I've set up a plan for you. You see these red lines and markings, right? This is the route I have planned. As long as you follow my plan obediently and don't make any mistakes, I can guarantee that you will not fail. You should be able to understand what I have written, right? These are special agent symbols. If you don't understand, I will explain it to you. No need, I will see it myself. Han Xiao knocked on the table and read the information carefully. He asked casually, "What do you mean? Put these documents in the target's house. Put them in a conspicuous place. Make sure that the target can see them. There is some evidence that is unfavorable to them. As long as they see that we can silently put things in their house, they will know that their lives are in danger. It is a threat, but also a leeway," Golden Fox said. "I'm going to sneak in. What are you guys going to do?" Ghost Blade snorted. "I'm only in charge of scouting and providing information. The actual operation is your job as the ace. Don't even think about asking for my help." Golden Fox glared at Ghost Blade and said, "If you need my help, I am fine with it." "Forget it, there is no need." Han Xiao waved his hand. "This mission is quite simple. I can do it alone. According to my plan, the mission is indeed not difficult." Ghost Blade nodded lightly. He had actually left some information in the information. It would not affect the mission, but it would bring some small challenges to the operators. He wanted to test Black Phantom. Although Black Phantom was the ace of the organization, unless he passed his test, he would still maintain a wait-and-see attitude toward Black Phantom. However, Han Xiao looked at the plan, shook his head, and said, "This plan is too complicated. I have my own way." Ghost Blade was displeased. "This is the plan I came up with based on all the information. You only looked at it for a few minutes, and you have a better way? This mission is not challenging for me," Han Xiao said. "Nonsense." Ghost Blade snorted and walked away. Ghost Blade was very displeased that Black Phantom did not follow his plan. He was a professional, and his plan was flawless. This Black Phantom did not know what was good for him. If he does not follow my plan, there will definitely be an accident, Ghost Blade thought. He even wanted to see Black Phantom fail the mission. He felt that if Black Phantom did not follow his plan, he would be messing around. It would be best if Black Phantom did not just talk about it and used his plan when the time came. Han Xiao looked at his watch. "I will act tonight. You just wait." The two contacts did not participate in the official operation. Han Xiao did not need logistical intelligence personnel, so everything was done independently. There was no need for communication through the earpiece. Acting right after arriving? Too impulsive. Ghost Blade shook his head. He did not think much of it. He felt that this mission was most likely going to end in failure. Not listening to the advice of a professional was basically a failure. Soon it was nighttime. Dark clouds covered the moon. Han Xiao changed into a black outfit. He had the things he did not need in the safe house. He personally checked the circuit and reset the password to prevent others from opening it. He took the necessary equipment and set off. The streets of Maple were very quiet at night. The night breeze blew through the trees, and the rustling of the trees made people feel peaceful. There was a fresh fragrance in the air. It was the smell of the roadside flower beds. There were not many people on the streets. Most of them were patrolling police officers. It seemed to faintly indicate the country's high-pressure policy. The public security was not as peaceful as it seemed. Walking through the quiet streets, he came to the political district of the city. There were more patrolling police officers on the streets. Han Xiao hid in the shadows of the alley and observed, waiting quietly. About 10 minutes later, a patrolling police officer walked over. "This is B3248. Everything is normal." The patrolling police officer said something into the walkie-talkie. He walked past the alley and subconsciously looked into the dark alley. A pair of arms suddenly stretched out and dragged him into the darkness. His anxious cries only lasted half a sentence before coming to an abrupt stop. Chapter 186. Han Xiao gave the patrol officer a sleeping pill and hid it in a trash can in the alley. He would probably only be found the next morning. The sleeping pill was not a normal product on the market, but a secret formula created by Golden Fox. According to her description, it could make a 3-meter-tall, short-haired elephant fall asleep in 10 seconds. As for why Golden Fox used an elephant as an experiment, Han Xiao was also puzzled. Golden Fox took the initiative to provide the sleeping pill as a gesture of goodwill, but Han Xiao felt that the atmosphere between him and Golden Fox was very strange. When their eyes met, it was as if a spark had been ignited. Golden Fox was like a frightened little animal, and she quickly looked away, not daring to look at Han Xiao. If it wasn't for the fact that he had left a bad first impression on the Golden Fox back then, he would have thought that the Golden Fox was interested in him. In fact, she was just afraid of him. Han Xiao diluted the potion, and the effect was not that strong. Normal people would wake up after about 10 hours of sleep. He tried it himself, and it said that one would be immune to it as long as one's endurance was above 45. Han Xiao's endurance was now close to 90. The average endurance of a LV-55 mechanic was around 70. Han Xiao's endurance was not much higher than the average, but his HP was more than half that of a mechanic of the same level. With a bonus from elementary strength and life and extraordinary physique, Han Xiao's HP was around 3,400. Combined with the magnetically controlled retractable armor and Viper, which were unique to the mechanic class, he was already at the level of a boss of the same level. However, Han Xiao decided to use the traditional method of infiltration this time. After all, this was the capital of Maple, and he was afraid that he would be in trouble if he went too far. He had no choice but to temporarily abandon Master Kong and Master AI's path of invincibility and become Baldhead 47. Wearing a police uniform, Han Xiao swaggered to his first target, Miller Senning's villa. Beside the road, there were trees and flower beds. The shadows of the trees danced in the wind, and the light from the street lamps was cut into small light curtains by the swaying branches, creating mottled shadows. Using the Night Stalker skill, Han Xiao entered the stealth state and walked around the villa, observing the cameras on the streets. There are a total of 3 cameras monitoring the villa from 3 directions. They will automatically turn and move at the same speed. It seems to form a blind spot. The duration is very short. Han Xiao had discovered an opportunity, but this was not indicated in the report. It was unknown whether Ghost Blade had not discovered it or had deliberately not written it. If you want to sneak in, you have to solve the problem of the cameras first. Every 5 minutes, there would be a 2-second blind spot in the intersecting surveillance field of vision. This made things much simpler. There was no need to go through so much trouble to dismantle the wires of the cameras and invade the surveillance network. As long as they were fast enough and jumped into the villa, they could avoid being discovered by the surveillance cameras, or rather, prolong the time they would be discovered. This was because the entire city's surveillance system was not monitored 24 hours a day. If a patrol officer suddenly disappeared from the surveillance system, it would not be immediately discovered unless it was coincidentally seen by the person monitoring it. He didn't ask for a perfect infiltration without leaving any clues. All he wanted was to get through the night and complete the mission smoothly. There were Secret Service members guarding the villa both inside and outside the villa. There were verification devices at the entrance and exit, and there were electric railings on the walls. Other than that, everything was no different from a normal house. The Secret Service members outside were easy to deal with as long as they were distracted. However, there were also people guarding the villa, so it was impossible to pinpoint the location with the naked eye. Han Xiao had an idea. He took out a pair of sunglasses and put them on. They looked like normal sunglasses, but they were a portable version that used electromagnetic scanning. He pressed a small switch on the leg of the glasses, and he could see through the walls to see the biological signs inside the villa. He could see blurry human figures, which was enough to pinpoint the location. However, it was weird to wear sunglasses at night. It reminded him of the song Broken Intestines in Kung Fu Hustle. The officials of Maple were protected 24 hours a day, as if they were afraid of being attacked on the streets. It was not hard to imagine how unpopular they were. The other 5 nations did not have such measures, so the air in Maple was filled with pressure. The situation of each nation was different, and the protection of the officials in Maple was not something that had existed since the beginning. It was similar to when the government established the policy of evicting the lower-class citizens in the capital. It came from an incident that was well known in Maple but kept a secret, the Ulrich incident. It happened in the 11th year of the new era of the Six Nations. Han Xiao had seen this history on the timeline of events on the darknet. There were many places in the history of each civilization and galaxy that could be dug deeper. As for Maple, whether it was in his previous life or now, Han Xiao did not have a deep understanding of it. Since he was in the middle of the mission, these thoughts only flashed through his mind. He continued to think about how to infiltrate the villa. The Secret Service members patrolled around the villa with a warning look. Han Xiao threw down a spider detector and observed from a hidden corner. It was not convenient for him to pass by the villa too many times, as it would only alert the guards. Soon, he found an opportunity. Taking advantage of the moment when the cameras and the Secret Service personnel were in a blind spot, he activated his electromagnetic hover boots and quietly slid over the wall. He targeted a tree in the manor and landed behind it. His movements were smooth and fluid. Although he tried to control his strength, the leaves still shook slightly. There was a Secret Service member hiding under the tree. He was very alert when he felt the vibration and immediately looked up. Han Xiao had a plan when he jumped in, so he did not stop. When the Secret Service member squinted and observed carefully, his over 100 points of dexterity made him as fast as a ghost. He walked out from behind the tree and covered the Secret Service member's mouth. He dragged the Secret Service member behind the tree and injected him with a syringe. The Secret Service member was quiet before he even started to struggle. The sound was not loud, but there was still a Secret Service member standing guard not far away. He saw his partner leave his post from the corner of his eye, but he did not see Han Xiao's ghost-like speed clearly. Siri. The Secret Service member called his partner's name in a low voice and walked over. Not good. Han Xiao knew this was bad. Traditional infiltration was about timing, which made him nervous all the time. He changed his mind and immediately had a solution. He quickly scanned the face of the Secret Service member he had knocked out and changed his face. He showed his head from behind the tree and shook his head to show that he was okay. What are you doing behind the tree? The Secret Service member saw his partner's face and relaxed slightly. He continued to approach, wanting to go around the tree to see what was going on. Han Xiao turned his palm, and a small pistol appeared. He quietly shot the syringe and hit the Secret Service member's neck. The Secret Service member staggered and was about to fall asleep. Han Xiao hurriedly moved to support him and carefully dragged him behind the tree. There were 4 sentry posts in the villa, and they all had walkie-talkies to communicate with each other. It would not take a few seconds for the others to realize that 2 of their partners were missing. I can only knock out all the sentry posts. The Secret Service members outside and inside the villa were different teams. They would only talk to each other once in a while to confirm the situation. This way, he could delay them for half an hour to an hour. He felt that there was enough time for him to act. Han Xiao moved quickly and stealthily like a cat. The remaining 2 sentry posts were quickly knocked out by him. They were just well-trained elites and could not resist at all. After confirming that the eyes were removed, Han Xiao jumped into the villa through the window and turned on the electromagnetic scanning glasses. The structure of the villa was in full view. The bald official was sleeping in a master bedroom with his young and beautiful wife. There was also a housekeeper sleeping in another room. There were only 3 people in the huge house. Han Xiao groped his way to the study. He took out the evidence files collected by the darknet and placed them in a conspicuous place on the table. That was one of his goals. There is no time to lose. I still have some time before Maple discovers that someone has infiltrated. I have to hurry. Han Xiao slipped out of the villa at the right time. The Secret Service members standing guard outside were still doing their duty and did not know what was going on inside. Then, Han Xiao ran to the mansions of 3 more targets. The security environment was different. With level 55 perception, the intelligence provided by Golden Fox and Ghostblade, as well as equipment such as the face simulator and the hover boots, the operation was daunting but not dangerous. When it came to the 3rd target, there was a small accident. While Han Xiao was putting away the documents in the study, the target woke up shakily and wanted to walk past the study. Han Xiao hurriedly hid behind a floor lamp in the corner. If one did not look closely, it was easy to mistake a floor lamp for a human figure, and people would subconsciously ignore it. This was a bold hiding spot, and Han Xiao felt that this quick thinking was very good. Unfortunately, the ending was completely different from what he had expected. Can you imagine waking up in the middle of the night to go to the toilet, walking in the dark corridor with panic, passing by the study and mistaking the floor lamp for a human? You would be even more nervous. Just as you were about to take a closer look and comfort yourself that you were just scaring yourself, you realized that there was really an uninvited guest standing behind the lamp. The target was an old man. He clutched his chest and fell straight down. You have killed Dark Van Van City, level 5. You have received 1 EXP. The target was actually scared to death. Scared to death, dead. F***CK. How is that possible? Han Xiao was dumbfounded. I did not want to kill anyone. You're suffering from a heart attack. I'm innocent. Hey, old man, wake up. You still have a lot of youth. How can you die like this? Han Xiao grabbed the old man's shoulder and shook him, almost breaking the old man's bones. I accidentally killed the mission target. What should I do? Han Xiao had a headache. Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. He had a new idea. Wait a minute. The main purpose of this mission is to reduce the number of officials who are against funding. If all of them die, no one will object. Achoo. Bennett, who was far away in the southern continent, sneezed and suddenly had a bad feeling. Chapter 187. One of the targets was dead, but the mission didn't fail, which meant that killing was allowed. This mission is insane. Han Xiao shook his head, picked up the old man's body, and stuffed it into the cabinet. He thought, I'll just hide as long as I can. He didn't want to kill. The targets were all officials of a certain status. If he killed all of them, Maple would be in chaos. There was no profit, only risk. It's just a dead official. Guess who will be blamed for it? There is only one target left, Darasi Farimi. This official had the highest status among the 5 targets. The manor was bigger, and the security was tighter. Han Xiao followed the order and sneaked into the manor through a blind spot. He hid in the shadows and darkness, and the sentries had nowhere to hide. Sneaking behind a Secret Service member, Han Xiao injected a needle into his neck and dragged him behind the flower bed. He quickly changed his clothes and face and looked at his ID. This time, the unlucky guy was called Angston. Darasi's manor was relatively large. Han Xiao was about to go around the back of the villa and enter through the window when the villa suddenly lit up. An order from the higher-ups came from the walkie-talkie. Everyone, gather and escort the target to the government building. All the Secret Service members gathered. This time, Han Xiao was in a passive position. He replaced Angston's position and didn't want to be exposed. He had to continue playing this role, so he had to gather in front of the villa with the Secret Service team. The team leader knocked on the door and said loudly, Mr. Darasi, we found unconscious special agents in the other officials' residences. Enemies have sneaked in. Your current situation is not safe. Please move to the government building with us immediately to take refuge together. Han Xiao was suddenly enlightened. The people he had knocked out in the previous targets had been discovered. It was about time. Maple had reacted. Too bad. If I had waited a little longer, I could have completed the last target. Han Xiao was helpless. He could only adapt to the situation and hope that the old man who was hidden in the cabinet would be discovered later. The villa's glazed wooden door opened, and a tall old man in a fitting suit walked out. The wrinkles on his face were chiseled, and he looked cold and indifferent. His white hair was neatly combed. The Secret Service escorted Darasi to the car parked at the gate. There were a total of 4 cars. Darasi's car was in the middle, and the other 3 escort cars surrounded it in a triangle formation. Han Xiao, who was disguised as a special service member, was arranged to sit in the escort car on the right rear. As the group set off, the best choice was to wait and see. I can sneak away on the way and complete the final mission. Just as he was thinking about this, a few fist-sized black shadows suddenly shot towards the convoy from outside the car window. Han Xiao immediately recognized that they were the shape of howitzers. Boom! A few grenades accurately landed on the chassis of the 3 escort vehicles and exploded. The power of the grenades exceeded the attack power that they should have. It was like a small rocket. The blazing flames lit up the night sky, and the 3 escort vehicles were flipped in the air. In the end, all 4 wheels were facing the sky, and the flames were raging. Someone is attacking the convoy. The driver of Darasi's car hurriedly stepped on the accelerator, wanting to speed up and escape. A few bullets shot out in the dark and blew up the tires. The car spun and crashed into the side of the road. For special service members with dusty faces hurriedly got out of the car. Before they could raise their guns, they were hit in the chest by sniper bullets from above. None missed, and they fell to the ground with serious injuries. All the guards have been taken care of, Hannes said through the walkie-talkie. Red Maple's backup will take at least 3 minutes to arrive. We have plenty of time. Vernina, evacuate with the target. In the shadow of the intersection between the street lights and the darkness, a woman's silhouette gradually became clearer. Vernina appeared with a grenade launcher. She had short blonde hair, and the crow's feet at the corner of her eyes showed that she was not young. However, she still looked attractive, and her every move exuded the charm of a mature woman. Darasi walked out of the car and glanced at the special service members struggling on the ground. He was still very calm as he asked in a deep voice, "Who are you people?" Vernina slowly approached Darasi, pulled out her pistol, and shot the heavily injured special agents. She took out a tranquilizer syringe from the tactical bag on her belt and said lightly, "Put down the gun, or there will be a hole in your heart." Darasi's expression changed. He looked down and saw a red dot appear where his heart was. He hurriedly let go of the pistol behind his back and looked up to see the red dot on the sniper scope of a tall building in the distance. On a windowsill of the tall building, Hannes was holding a sniper rifle, providing long-range support from above and controlling the situation. "Looks like I have no choice." Darasi's expression was terrible. He raised his hands and walked obediently to Vernina. Bang! At this moment, the door of an overturned car on fire flew out. A pair of big hands grabbed the door frame and tore it apart amidst the ear-piercing sound of tearing metal. Han Xiao walked out with his neck twisted. His entire body hurt from the collision, and he grimaced. He was blown away by a grenade for no reason, so he was in a terrible mood. "There's still one alive?" Vernina's expression did not change. She turned around and fired a shot. Han Xiao reacted quickly. He put on a magnetically controlled retractable armor and rammed into the grenade head-on. The flames swallowed him whole. Vernina originally thought that it was enough to get rid of this fish that escaped the net. After the smoke and dust dissipated, she found that Han Xiao was unharmed and staring at her coldly. That gaze made her heart skip a beat. In Vernina's long battle life, she had fought with all kinds of powerful enemies and developed a sharp intuition. She could quickly discern the enemy's strength level. With just one look, she could tell that this was the gaze of a predator. Han Xiao's expression was terrible. He saw the information on the interface. The enemy's name was Vernina. She was a level 60 gunner who had reached the limit level in version 1.0. She was at the pinnacle level in Blue Star. Other than Bennett, this was the second highest level Blue Star character that Han Xiao had seen. However, she did not have as many molding talents as Bennett. Vernina, this name sounds familiar. Han Xiao had a vague impression of this name. There had to be a reason why someone of this level attacked a Maple official. Han Xiao was accidentally involved. He did not want to be a busybody. He could only admit that he was unlucky. Just as he turned around and was about to leave the scene with his hover boots, Vernina fired again. Clang! A grenade hit the back of Han Xiao's head and exploded on the armor. It pushed him forward a few steps. Han Xiao's feet suddenly stopped. The next moment, the armor covered his entire body. He turned around and charged toward Vernina. He threw out his retractable machete and stabbed. The electromagnetic hover boots were at full power. His charging speed was like a bullet. Vernina hurriedly raised the grenade launcher as a shield. Kill! The black blade passed through the grenade launcher, cut through the precise structure of the gun, and stabbed into Vernina's abdomen. Blood dripped onto the ground. Han Xiao let go of the blade and punched toward Vernina's temple with his fist. Vernina hurriedly raised her forearm to block. The moment the fist collided with her arm bone, she felt an irresistible force hit her head through her forearm. Then, she felt pain in her abdomen. Han Xiao had kicked her. "You forced me to attack." Han Xiao clenched his teeth. His eyes were about to spit fire. "I didn't want to talk to you, and you took advantage of me." After being beaten up so many times, he was furious. Vernina was shocked after being hit twice. She thought that this special agent was just a fish that escaped the net. She did not expect him to be a prehistoric shark. She was a legendary figure from the old era, but she was suppressed by a nameless enemy? The other party had shown signs of escaping just now. He did not seem to want to continue the fight, but he was provoked by her 2 shots. Vernina regretted it in her heart. She had provoked a strong enemy in a moment of carelessness. She could not be blamed for that because the intelligence showed that Daraci's guards were all normal people. She would never have guessed that one of them had been switched and was unlucky enough to meet Han Xiao. He's not a martial artist, and he doesn't seem to have any special abilities. He's actually a mechanic? Vernina was shocked. She quickly distanced herself. The gun in her hands was very powerful, and her firepower was fierce. The mag of the past had to admit defeat in front of her. Han Xiao did not intend to shoot at her. He did not bring a sniper rifle this time. He only had 2 berserk eagles and some small machines. He chose to use the close combat strategy. He used the electromagnetic hover boots to close the gap between him and Vernina's agility, and then used his strength to suppress her. Gunners had high agility, and Han Xiao had the advantage in terms of strength. Chapter 188. The interface showed that Hannes was also LV-60. Han Xiao felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. 2 people who had reached the peak of version 1.0 appeared at the same time, so something big must have happened. He might even be able to trigger a hidden quest. Furthermore, the names of these 2 people were very familiar, but he could not recall them immediately. In fact, Han Xiao did not want to cause any more trouble. He only wanted to complete the mission given to him by Bennett properly. However, he was dragged into this by accident, and it was not his style to not fight back. Han Xiao dragged the battle into melee range. Although Vernina was a cannon master, her agent subclass level was very high, and she also had melee abilities. The 2 of them exchanged blows, and Han Xiao had the upper hand with his strength. He never went easy on his opponent because of their identity, age, or gender. Vernina suffered quite a bit. The 2 of them were far stronger than normal people, and their strength was enough to break bricks and penetrate iron plates. The environment was destroyed, and the streets were full of potholes. There was even an overturned car that Han Xiao kicked into a tree. The surroundings were a mess. Daraci retreated to the side. Because of the presence of the sniper, he did not dare to take the opportunity to escape. He watched the 2 supers fight in shock. Daraci was very confused. Why did he not know that there was such a powerful super hidden among his guards? Was it a secret arrangement by the Special Task Force? A super of this level was more than enough to protect the highest leader. How could he be treated better than the highest leader? However, now, Daraci could only hope that this hidden super would defeat the attacker. He was very nervous. Han Xiao was like a gangrene attached to the bone, and Vernina could not pull away at all. The passing time made her very anxious. This special task force is ridiculously strong. Maple's backup will be here soon. I'm being held back. Hannes, help me quickly. He's too close to you, Hannes said. He's very fast. There's a 50% chance of hitting you. Vernina was troubled. This mission should have been a success, but Han Xiao had messed up the entire plan. The intelligence clearly showed that Daraci's guards were all normal people. But where did this person come from? Hannes immediately made a decision. Retreat. However, at this time, sirens sounded, and police cars and special forces vehicles flew in from the distance. The sound of rotors sounded in the sky, and 2 helicopters circled in the sky, surrounding the 2 people fighting in the field. Maple's reinforcements arrived at the scene. It had only been 3 to 4 minutes since Daraci was attacked. They lived up to their name. Vernina gritted her teeth and took 2 punches with her back. She used the force of the punches to run and crashed into the encirclement. The people of Red Maple opened fire, and the dense gunfire formed a barrage of bullets. Dodging left and right, she was amazingly agile. She found a safe route in the dense barrage of bullets. Occasionally, stray bullets would hit her, but they could only cause single-digit damage. Ordinary people using ordinary guns were almost no threat to people of her level. Seeing that Vernina was about to break out of the encirclement, Han Xiao grabbed a heavy sniper rifle from a SWAT soldier, activated Flaming Will, and shot Vernina's shoulder. Blood spurted out. She staggered, then accelerated and disappeared into the darkness, leaving behind a trail of blood on the ground. Part of the troops chased after her. Han Xiao threw away his gun and let out a sigh of relief. As the saying went, don't chase a cornered enemy. Don't chase a cornered enemy. There was no benefit in chasing them. It was enough to injure them, but they couldn't kill them. In the eyes of the people of Red Maple, I'm one of them now. But if I run away recklessly, I might be caught too. Han Xiao's eyes flashed. He stayed at the scene, waiting for the shocked police to stop paying attention to him. Then, he would find a chance to escape. More troops arrived and cleaned up the scene. Darasi was surrounded, and a doctor checked if he was injured. From the conversation with the police, Han Xiao learned that Vernina and Hannes had both escaped, which was within his expectations. Just as he was resting beside the car, a senior officer walked up to him and said with a deep voice, I'm Lieutenant Colonel Danny. You did well to protect Mr. Darasi's safety and didn't let the kidnapper succeed. Han Xiao continued his act and pretended to be calm. It's my duty. Lieutenant Colonel Danny looked at the bumpy streets, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. He said, Angston, you joined the Army 11 years ago. 2 years later, you were selected as a Special Forces soldier and trained for 3 years. You carried out 2 military operations before you were expelled from the Special Forces due to disciplinary issues and transferred to the Special Task Force to protect officers. Your resume is very ordinary, and you have never displayed the strength of a superhuman. Han Xiao shrugged. People always change. Lieutenant Colonel Danny frowned. This was a very serious matter. This Angston had been hiding his strength, and his intentions were suspicious. He had to be thoroughly investigated, but now was not a good time. At this time, Darasi approached and praised. Well done. You saved me. I'll inform your leader and reward you. With the strength that Han Xiao had shown, Darasi knew that he had to lower his status. Such a strong super was not like other ordinary soldiers who could be ordered around. Han Xiao sized Darasi up and thought, what secret does this old official have to be targeted by 2 LV-60 people? What is the identity of the attacker? After expressing his gratitude, Darasi looked at Lieutenant Colonel Danny with a serious expression. The Intelligence Division is investigating. Oh, they found it. Lieutenant Colonel Danny took the computer from his deputy, looked at it, and was stunned. Vernina, former Raylan agent, retired. She was active in the battlefield of the old era and was one of the shining legends of that era. She carried out hundreds of high-risk missions, including protection, assassination, infiltration, overthrowing the government, and so on. She has disappeared for decades and has reappeared today. Her threat level is the highest. Han Xiaoxin thought, if it was related to a legendary figure of the old era, it would more or less be related to Bennett. I remember now. Han Xiao suddenly remembered where Vernina and Hannes had appeared. The players had come into contact with these 2 names around the middle of version 1.0, and the way they appeared was more like an Easter egg. In the biggest shelter that Bennett had been in his previous life, there was a small hill with 3 tombstones. 2 of the tombstones were carved with the names of these 2 people. That's right. When the players came into contact with them, they were already dead. Bennett would occasionally stop in front of the 3 tombstones. If asked, Bennett would sigh and say that his friends and comrades were buried there, and they were all respectable people. From Bennett's words, the players knew that these 3 people were Bennett's old friends. They did not know anything else. Some players tried to trigger the mission, but did not get anything. It seemed to be an Easter egg. However, the 2 people on the tombstones were still alive. Han Xiao felt that there was definitely a hidden storyline. Why would two LV-60 people from Bennett's generation want to deal with a Maple official? In the original storyline, why did they die? Who killed them? Lieutenant Colonel Danny suddenly raised his head and looked at Han Shao. His eyes were filled with shock. This unknown guy had actually beaten back a legend of an era. He was even stronger than he had imagined. The Special Task Force was hiding such a terrifying person, and the military did not notice. I must investigate this thoroughly. Lieutenant Colonel Danny was in a serious mood. With this in mind, Lieutenant Colonel Danny ordered the people to clean up the battlefield. However, in the blink of an eye, Han Shao disappeared right under his nose. While the people around him were cleaning up the battlefield and were distracted, he quietly activated the Night Stalker ability, walked to the side, and decisively changed his face and slipped away. His level was much higher than the people present. Once he entered stealth mode, he was almost undetectable. Of course, if he wandered around in front of others, he would still be seen. After Lieutenant Colonel Danny realized this, he quickly asked the people around him. No one saw how Angus left. He was stunned. In that moment of distraction, Angus was gone. He ordered people to search nearby, but naturally, they found nothing. Lieutenant Colonel Danny was not confused for long. Someone found the real Angus lying in the garden of Derossi's mansion. Only then did he know that this Angus was a fake. This method was used by the mysterious person who had sneaked into the mansions of other officials. The identity of the attacker has been confirmed. Then who is this intruder? Lieutenant Colonel Danny's heart was heavy. The intruder's strength was comparable to Vernina's. Which force did this monster belong to? Why did this ace-level combat power appear in the capital tonight? After knowing the truth, Derossi was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. After all this time, it turned out that the person protecting him was also an enemy who had been following him. The two groups of enemies actually fought each other. It was like walking on the edge of hell, and in the end, he was safe and sound. Chapter 189. Deterrence completed. You have received 120,000 EXP, plus 500 Blood Pact Society favorability. Current relationship, respected 4450/6000. The Blood Pact Society was a subordinate force of the Darknet. Favorability could affect the relationship with the Darknet, just like how Han Zhao's favorability with Division 13 affected Star Dragon's attitude toward him. According to Han Zhao's estimation, he still needed an opportunity to activate the Darknet, such as a mission. The higher the favorability of the subordinate force, the more it would affect the initial favorability of the superior force. This mission is not difficult. There are probably hidden benefits, like increasing Bennett's favorability. Han Shao nodded. When he returned to the southern continent, he would have a place in the shelter's main mission. He was looking forward to it. After a busy night, Derossi finally returned home under the protection of the new bodyguards. He could not hide his fatigue. When he passed by the study, he realized that the desk lamp was on. Just as he was about to turn it off, he saw a document on the table that he had never seen before. Derossi's expression changed. He hesitated for a few seconds and slowly flipped through the document. The document was filled with evidence of his secret profits and his dark past. It was signed by the Darknet. The Darknet sends our sincere greetings to you. We wish you good health. Derossi's face turned green. He immediately understood why the Darknet did this. It was only a matter of material support. He did not expect the Darknet to be able to find out about his opposition. He slammed the document on the table and gritted his teeth. This is too much. This is extortion. A bunch of robbers. If they could sneak into his house, it meant that they could also take his life. That person was from the Darknet. Everything that happened tonight was orchestrated by the Darknet. However, he did not dare to take revenge. If this information fell into the hands of his enemy, his political career would be over. He would definitely be abandoned by his backer. Without the protection of his political party, he would definitely be eliminated. As an official, he knew Maple style the best. Derossi immediately burned the document and collapsed on the chair as if his bones had been removed. Staring at the document that had turned into ashes in the fireplace, he was silent for a long time. This can't be made public. I'm not the only official who opposes funding the darknet. The others won't be stupid enough to reveal it. Darasi's eyes flickered. If everyone kept their mouths shut, this matter could be kept under wraps. No one would know, and it would become a secret between them. As long as they agreed to the material aid, the darknet would not do anything else. However, things were always unexpected. Of the 5 officials who were invaded, one was found dead, and his corpse was hidden in a cabinet. This immediately attracted a higher level of attention. The Secret Service personnel sealed off the official's mansion and thoroughly investigated the house. Han Xiao was scared to death at the time, so he wouldn't put up a file. Naturally, the intelligence agency didn't find anything. However, they had their own guesses. Out of the 5 people involved, only one had died. Why were the other 4 fine? What was the infiltrator's motive? The intelligence agency asked Darasi and the other 3 if they had noticed anything unusual, but they all denied it. But at the same time, the intelligence agency found that the 5 parties had something in common. Not long ago, they had all opposed the proposal to fund the darknet. The darknet was the most suspicious. The infiltrator was able to fight with the legends of the old era and disappear in the blink of an eye. Red Maple's intelligence agency immediately locked onto the most suspicious target, the darknet's Black Phantom. If that was the case, the 4 of them must have lied. But why was the dead official killed? The doctor checked the cause of death and found that the dead official did not have any external or internal injuries. The cause of death was actually a myocardial infarction due to high adrenaline secretion. In short, he was scared to death. What did the dead official see when he was alive? Why was he scared to death? Did he see a ghost? What did Black Phantom do? Thinking about it, Red Maple's intelligence agent was terrified. What a terrifying assassination method. It's natural, not leaving any traces. God-level disguise. Unbelievable. The intelligence agent quickly recorded it down. Everyone in the underground world knew how difficult it was to deal with Black Phantom. It was almost impossible to find him. Red Maple's intelligence agency could only do their best and leave the rest to fate. They were mentally prepared for futility. Vernina was half naked. She sat in the chair with her hands on the back of the chair and her chin on the back of her hands. Hannes was treating the wound on her shoulder behind her back. Beside him were cotton balls that were soaked in blood. Ding dong. Hannes finally removed the bullet that was embedded in the flesh and threw it on the plate. The pain made Vernina frown. She sighed and said, "I can't believe I failed such a simple mission. How embarrassing." While doing the stitches, Hannes said without raising his head, "Jirian's information is wrong. It's all his fault." Hearing that, Jirian threw the computer on the table. The page was the file of the Secret Service personnel around Darasi. He scolded, "Bullsh**T. This is all the information I managed to get from Red Maple's archives. That strong enemy's name is Angston. Look at his resume. He's just a normal person. Who knew he hid so well?" Vernina put on her white sweater and combed her blonde hair. She said calmly, "With this failure, it won't be easy to kidnap the next target. That Angston is not easy to deal with." Jirian looked at the computer and was suddenly overjoyed. He said, "No, I have new information. The one we fought was a fake. He's not from Red Maple." "Who?" Hannes was surprised. "Seems like someone from the Darknet." Jirian typed on the keyboard and stole the information. "Darknet. Only Bennett and the other 2 old guys are strong. They're not the ones I fought. Does the Darknet have new blood? I haven't been paying attention to the underground for a while." Vernina was slightly surprised. She touched her shoulder. "He even left a bullet hole in me. He's not someone to mess with. We don't have any conflicts with him. We're just unlucky," Jirian scolded. "We just had to meet someone strong. Bennett really found a treasure. Asking directly is the fastest way." Hannes took out his phone. He had Bennett's number. The call went through. "Hannes? I didn't expect you to call me. Didn't you retire?" Bennett's voice sounded. Jirian said he needed my help with something important. "I owe him a favor anyway. Let's not talk about this. I have something to ask you. Did you send someone to Red Maple to do something?" Hannes explained everything. Bennett didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "What a coincidence. I don't know if he's unlucky or you guys are unlucky. Who is he?" Chapter 190. The fight was an accident. You know me, I won't take revenge. Hannes shook his head. Let me guess, he's the Black Phantom who's been very active recently. He's the only capable one among the newcomers in your organization. Hannes was stunned. So it's the Black Phantom. Even though I'm retired and don't pay attention to the newcomers, someone has mentioned his name to me. This guy is not simple. Bennett, you've gained a capable helper this time. Bennett smiled, but didn't say anything. Just like what Hannes said, he also felt that he had found a treasure. When he first met the Black Phantom, his code name was still Mr. Black, and he was only a Scorpion-level assassin. Although his strength was not bad, he was still far from the top level. He seemed to be his fan, and even gave him gifts that he liked. Therefore, Bennett gave him some guidance. At that time, it was just a casual thing to do, and he didn't pay much attention to Han Xiao. However, in just a few months, Han Xiao had shocked the underground world with his battle results and jumped to the top 10 of the assassin list, becoming the well-deserved trump card of the Blood Pact Society. Bennett was very shocked by Han Xiao's rapid growth. Although they hadn't fought, Bennett could faintly feel that the gap between him and Han Xiao was shrinking rapidly. With the potential of the Black Phantom, he would grow into a capable helper sooner or later, and he would not be alone. The cooperation between the Black Phantom and the Dark Net was in the honeymoon period, so Bennett attached great importance to him. Since he's your man, I want him to do something for us, Hannes said. Bennett rejected. The Black Phantom is not my subordinate, so I can't order him around. The most I can do is ask for his opinion. Hannes pondered. Okay, I hope to talk to him personally. That's not a problem. The call ended. Vernina was surprised. You want a stranger to join? Although he's strong, we know nothing about him. He's very strong. What's wrong with having one more helper? Plus, we don't need to keep what we're going to do a secret. Jirian was the initiator of the operation, and he agreed with Hannes' decision. He snorted and said, what we're going to unearth is a big secret. The three of us don't have enough people. I have collected information for many years before I found a clue. No matter what, we have to figure it out. Hannes said earnestly, you'll die of curiosity sooner or later. At dawn, Han Xiao returned to the Darknet safe house. Golden Fox and Ghost Blade had not slept all night. Seeing him return, Golden Fox breathed a sigh of relief. The mission is complete? Ghost Blade asked suspiciously. Did you follow my plan? Your plan is not feasible. Han Xiao shook his head and briefly explained the difficulties he had encountered during his infiltration. Ghost Blade's report had missed some details, and these details were extremely important. After Han Xiao's explanation, Ghost Blade realized that there were still errors and loopholes. He thought that he had collected the most detailed information, but these missing details were all pointed out by Han Xiao. He suddenly felt very embarrassed. Ghost Blade was originally very confident in his precise plan, but he realized that if he followed the plan, he would not be able to deal with the unexpected situation of the mission. Han Xiao, on the other hand, reacted on the spot and completed the mission smoothly. He acted as if he had just completed a small task. The difference made Ghost Blade feel very defeated and embarrassed. However, he realized that Han Xiao had no intention of blaming him at all. He did not care about what he thought at all. He was completely ignoring him. Furthermore, the truth was right in his face. Ghost Blade was embarrassed. He felt that Black Phantom did not care about what he thought at all. Provocation or respect, he doesn't care what I think. Ghost Blade was sullen. This feeling was like provoking someone, but that person simply treated him like air. He didn't even look at him. It was like punching cotton. Coupled with the difference in status and strength, it made him feel that his behavior of jumping up and down was very laughable. The feeling of being ignored was very uncomfortable. Ghost Blade felt like he was superfluous, and his heart was filled with anxiety. Although Han Xiao did not know the change in Ghost Blade's mentality, he could roughly guess. It was nothing more than arrogance and dissatisfaction. Then, he realized that reality had slapped him in the face and felt embarrassed. Han Xiao's heart was not affected at all. Everyone had their own thoughts, childish and crazy. Everyone had their own thoughts, but as long as they did not act on it, it would always be a secret. Therefore, Han Technician did not care about other people's emotions and thoughts. It was even more meaningless than rimless glasses. Regardless of whether Ghostblade was dissatisfied with him or admired him, Han Zhao's mentality would not change at all. If one had to summarize the great mechanic Han's code of conduct, there was no better way to describe it than doing things his own way. This was the legendary stable aura. Golden Fox pursed her tender red lips. She had mixed feelings. The first time she saw Black Phantom was during the Manor Guard mission a few months ago. At that time, Black Phantom was just a Scorpion-level assassin, one level lower than her. But a few months later, she was still in the same place, while Black Phantom had risen to become the ace of the Blood Pact Society in a short time. He even had connections with the upper echelons of the Darknet. Golden Fox was very envious of Black Phantom's position, but she knew that she did not have the ability. If she could sacrifice her body to get Black Phantom to back her up, Golden Fox was very willing to do it, but he was not interested in her. But she could understand. What was wrong with a man being a little crazy? Ignoring the conflicted Golden Fox, Han Xiao opened the safe and took out the equipment stored inside. There was no need to stay in Maple any longer after completing the mission. He was about to leave immediately, but his phone rang. It was a call from Bennett. Han Xiao picked up the phone. "I've done what you asked me to do. Although there was a small accident, the wooden target is fine. I know you won't fail. I have another thing for you." Bennett said, "The enemies you met during the mission were actually my friends. You might have heard of them. Hannes and Vernina, they were my contemporaries." Han Xiao pretended to be surprised. "Oh, what a coincidence. You didn't lose? You weren't this strong when I first saw you." Bennett sounded surprised. "Your improvement speed is beyond my imagination. Are you calling to praise me?" Han Xiao said. "Continue, don't stop. I can still hold on." Bennett took a deep breath and suppressed the waves in his heart. "Hannes asked me to tell you that he wants to ask for your help. As for the previous conflict, it was just a misunderstanding." "Ask for my help?" Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he understood. The mission had come to him. In a more direct way, he had fulfilled the prerequisites to trigger this mission. He had legendary points, a high enough relationship with the Darknet, and was friends with Bennett. His level had reached the standard, so the hidden mission had come to him. The use of legendary points and relationship with factions sometimes led to NPCs coming to ask players to complete missions. Usually, the difficulty was high, and the rewards were high. The treatment of the mission coming to him was completely different from the treatment of the players who triggered missions everywhere. It was like the difference between asking for help and being asked for help. Therefore, players liked attributes like legendary points, and the game experience was great. "I can help, but I need to know the details." Han Xiao rolled his eyes and added, "Since they're your friends, they're my friends as well. Let's forget about this small conflict." Chapter 191. "Don't forget to return it," Han Xiao joked. Every time Bennett owed him a favor, his favorability would increase. Having a good relationship with one of the main characters of the planet would be of great help. The hidden storyline, this time, was obviously one of the hidden benefits. One had to know that Bennett's network was huge. Through Bennett alone, he could reach many people, and they were all powerful people. These people all had some good missions that could be triggered. After waiting for a while, Bennett transferred Hannes' call. "Katja." After the call was connected, both of them were silent. They could only hear each other's breathing. Hannes spoke first. "I'm Hannes. We've met once, last night. Bennett told me. I heard that you need my help. What's the matter?" Han Xiao went straight to the point. "It's about a secret that was buried in the dust of history. We found some clues, and I want to dig up this secret." Han Xiao was confused. He did not know what the secret was. "You have triggered Blue Star Hidden Main Storyline Grade A Mission New Era Origin." Han Zhao's eyes widened. A main storyline mission that no one has triggered before. Blue Star had 3 main storylines. 2 of the main storylines were the war between the Six Nations and the Germinal Organization, and the construction of the Sanctuary. The hidden main storyline was discovered by the players, but it was not him who triggered this mission. He had no impression of it at all. This meant that no players had triggered it in his previous life. The hidden main storyline was a special type of mission. It required an opportunity to trigger, and it would affect the main storyline and faction environment causing changes to the storyline. After playing so many versions in his previous life, Han Xiao had seen the hidden main storyline shared on the forums. Without exception, all of them had special effects on different civilizations and different planets. The first time Hannes and the others appeared in front of the players, they were already dead. No one triggered it. Han Xiaoxin shuddered. Even 2 Blue Star Pinnacle level 60 characters had died. The difficulty of this mission was probably beyond his expectations. The waters within were unfathomable. The Grade A mission that he had given to deal with the germinal organization, Dust to the Fallen Seeds, was a branch of the main mission. The main mission that players received from different factions had different requirements. Naturally, the Six Nations mission was to destroy the germinal organization, but the germinal organization's mission was the opposite. Han Zhao's mission was special because he did not belong to any faction, but he was an enemy of the germinal organization. Therefore, the requirements and details were different, but the general goal was the same. As for this hidden main storyline mission, he knew nothing about it. Origin? Could it be that he wanted to trace the history of the planet? But which event was this traced back to? The unknown made people fearful, but at the same time, it also made people curious. Han Xiao felt a tingling sensation in his bones. This was a feeling of excitement, anticipation, and excitement. He had always been a hardcore player of Galaxy who liked to discover the hidden elements. It was a secret that none of the players in his previous life had discovered, except you have accepted new era, Origin. Plus 10 Hannes favorability, plus 10 Vernina favorability, plus 10 Jirian favorability, plus 10 Jiang Yuan favorability. Han Xiao was stunned. He knew who Jiang Yuan was. He was one of the names of the 3 tombstones. But who was this Jirian? Talk to Hannes and listen to his introduction. The mission requirement was only this for now. Han Xiao was not surprised. This was similar to the cutscene when starting a mission. It's related to our attempt to kidnap Darasi last night. He was personally involved in a secret plan back then, and this secret plan of Maple is one of the clues. Maple is a country with many secrets. When you infiltrated the official's mansion, did you find it strange? Why were these officials protected 24 hours a day, but other countries did not have such a situation? Han Xiao nodded. I know about this. It was the Ulrich attack case many years ago. Yes, the Ulrich attack case. Hannes told Han Xiao about the past. Ulrich was the minister of Maple at that time, and his power was similar to that of the prime minister. He was attacked in his home, and the attackers were not 1 or 2 people. Instead, there were a large number of civilians who obtained weapons from unknown sources. The civilians used gunpowder weapons to raze Ulrich's expensive mansion to the ground. Ulrich himself, his wife, and 3 children around the age of 10 were brutally murdered by the attackers. The whole process was recorded and posted on the internet, shocking the whole country and even the world. The reason was that Ulrich passed a bill that removed some of the original rights and benefits of the civilians and used the funds for a very ridiculous project. In reality, it was Ulrich's way of filling his own pockets. The corruption of the Maple officials was well known throughout the world. However, before the war broke out in the old era, Maple was known to be a gentle government. It was not a strong country. When the war broke out in the old era, the government implemented a high-pressure austerity policy. Most people expressed their understanding and tolerated the high-pressure management for the continuation of the country. Some even took the initiative to contribute. However, the Maple officials got a taste of the benefits. In addition to the pressure of the country's power after the war, they did not return to the previous relaxed system after the war ended. They continued to squeeze the civilians from all aspects, such as taxes and labor, to replenish the country's power. Therefore, the internal conflicts became more and more intense, and the once gentle social environment was gone forever. The people who did not live as they wished were like springs that were pressed to the bottom. Their hearts were filled with thick, dark clouds, and a thunderstorm was brewing. The bill passed by Ulrich became the fuse that ignited the public's resentment. 31 minutes after Ulrich was attacked, the special forces received the order to kill all civilians who participated in the attack without mercy. The whole country was in an uproar, and this was the beginning of a storm in Maple. If it was before the war in the old era, this would be a huge scandal that could cause the collapse of the government. However, in the new era, where power was not regulated, the other 5 countries did not have any intention of interfering. After the war, everyone in the world was in danger. There were no more human rights organizations and power alliances like before. The structure of the world changed, and the balance was broken. The economic system almost collapsed, and resources and military power became the only standard to judge a country's power. Maple felt that the public's opinion was no longer important, and there was no need to serve the people like before. Now was the time for the people to serve the country. Coincidentally, there were many things waiting to be done after the war in the old era, so it was a good chance to change the structure of the country. Therefore, they chose a radical approach. The attack that shocked the whole country was a wake-up call for the Maple officials, and they decided to take back the weapons in the hands of the civilians. The Maple officials had never been so united before. They passed 24 strict laws in 2 days with extremely high efficiency. The lightest law was to protect the officials 24/7. There was even a crazy law that required people to be categorized into different classes, and there was a law that required people to be removed from the big cities on a regular basis. Therefore, the trial of the attack took a strange route. The Maple government publicly stated that the attackers were not normal civilians. There was a secret reactionary organization in the country that planned this attack, and the source of their firearms was the best evidence. Chapter 192. Maple's handling of the assault case became the biggest scandal of that year. However, under the suppression of military power, the country structure was reconstructed, and it became a country with a different style. The people were divided into pyramids, but there were no stairs between the social classes. The people could not see hope in life, so they just ate and waited for death. Under such a high-pressure environment, resistance groups were really born. However, this was no longer the era of cold weapons. The level of weapons the country possessed was like a natural barrier that could not be crossed. If there were no external interference, it was almost impossible for there to be an end where the sky had fallen. Furthermore, Red Maple regularly cleaned up threats, and the people went from fear to numbness. The assault case started with a small group of violent mob venting their anger, and ended with more people being punished. It was a perfect example of an ant trying to shake a tree by throwing an egg at a rock. The anger of the common people was not as good as the anger of the emperor. It directly led to the transformation of Maple's social structure into a dictatorship and the stability of the ruling class. The source of change for a peaceful government was war. The pressure of war was too much for the Maple government to handle, so they had no choice but to shift the pressure onto the people. Then, things got out of hand, just like how it was easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but hard to go from extravagant to frugal. The people were the foundation of a country, just like the components of a machine. When the country was overloaded, the components would age and break down at an accelerated rate, and the people would lose their youth. However, as long as the components were replaced, the machine could still function. Only the components that could be replaced were damaged, and the abandoned components formed the carriers of the era. Han Shao was interested. He liked the history and stories of civilizations. After Han is finished, he thought about it and said, "What does this have to do with the secret you mentioned?" What I want to say is that war changed a lot. I went through the darkest and most chaotic period. Many people were controlled by ideology, mission, and honor, and became tools of slaughter, but they still thought that it was a noble mission. Only a few people woke up, like Bennett, and he became a hero. However, the era that needs heroes is never a good era. There are dirty schemes behind the war, and they want to be buried as a secret forever. However, we want these buried things to see the light of day again. Han Shao raised his eyebrows. What good does this do for you? No, but the living beings of this world have the right to know what they have been through, and not be kept in the dark, and let these schemes be buried at the bottom of the box by the big countries, and become a secret that will never be opened. I don't think that just because we came into contact with an interstellar civilization, The originally stable situation will shatter overnight. I don't believe that a so-called internal friction theory can start a war. There must be a mastermind behind the scenes adding fuel to the fire. Han Xiao said, "Every country has its secrets. That doesn't seem strange." Hannes smiled. "Since we have come to a new era, the world should have changed. The rules are changing, so why should we follow the common sense of the past? Furthermore, I owe someone a favor. That person has a strong thirst for knowledge. He suggested this operation, so I joined in." From their tone, it seemed that this group of people were anarchists who had died an unnatural death in his previous life. This mission was really deep. Han Xiao did not ask any more questions. After thinking about it, he agreed to join. No matter what their intentions were, at the very least, this was an extremely rare hidden mission. It would be a waste to reject it. Hannes requested to meet. Both parties were in the same city. Following Hannes' directions, Han Xiao found their safe house. Everyone met and sized each other up. Han Xiao glanced at Hannes and Vernina, then looked at Jirian. He was the most curious about this person. While he was sizing up the three of them, Hannes and the others were also staring at him. This was the rumored Black Phantom. "You're pretty good," Vernina said in a calm tone. "Although we just met today, I owe you a favor for coming to help," Hannes said. "There are many people who owe me a favor. Congratulations on joining the family bucket," Han Xiao said casually. "So what do I need to do?" The three of them looked at each other. Jirian took out a stack of files and said, "The clues are hidden in years of information. I spent a long time to find some clues. It's very complicated. We need to work together." Han Xiao browsed through the files, and the interface finally changed. New era. Origin. This mission is a series of chain missions. You can complete the following objectives. The end of the dying man. In Xingfeng City, Raylan, find a person named Old Devon and obtain the incomplete copy of Sully 485 file from him. The key to the lost. In the ruins of the capital of Shishan Nation in the southern continent, coordinates, find a lost key item, additional item appearance. This is the result of the last research project of Shishan Nation before it was destroyed. Mysterious prisoner. A few decades ago, a Star Dragon intelligence agent was captured and imprisoned by a country. That country has since perished, but the intelligence agent was imprisoned in an unguarded secret prison. No one has ever found him. If you find him or his belongings, the coordinates of the site are in the northern continent. Fellow traveler. A lone traveler who lives in the wilderness and keeps some precious information. According to intelligence, he recently appeared near the Mourner's Valley in the western continent. Be careful. He is not an ordinary person. He was once active in the old era battlefield. Friendly contact is recommended. This is the first round of the mission. As long as you complete one of the objectives, you can complete the mission. The number of objectives completed will determine the requirements of the next round of the mission. First round reward, 350,000 EXP. Additional rewards will be given based on the mission rating. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. This type of mission had a high degree of freedom. It was similar to the Faction Series mission, but this main storyline was obviously more complicated. Furthermore, it was a chain mission. The completion of the previous round would affect the requirements of the next round. This kind of mission is usually open-ended. Every round will lead to different clues, leading to different endings. Generally speaking, the more targets completed, the better, and the higher the rating. Han Xiao had done this kind of mission before, so there were many possibilities. It was like walking in a maze. To reach the exit, one had to obtain as much information as possible. Hannes and the others ending in his previous life meant that this mission had a high-risk ending. The mission reward was indeed the main storyline. Just the basic reward for the first round was already 350,000 EXP. Furthermore, the additional rewards were very likely to be random items, skills, or talents. However, the mission was too complicated. The locations were spread across 3 continents, which would consume a lot of his time. As expected of a grade A mission, Han Xiao frowned. He was a little troubled. "Let me try. No matter what, he had to accept it first." Jirian nodded. "I'll leave these missions to you. The 3 of us have other missions." Hannes and the other 2 were all powerful people from the old era. Their mission was definitely not simple. Han Xiao decided to ask the Dark Net to help pay attention to them. After receiving the mission requirements, Han Xiao left the safe house. How is it? Is he trustworthy? Vernina asked. Hannes shook his head and then nodded. We don't know much about him. Let's see what he'll do first. The information I gave him is mixed, Jirian said. It's only 1/10 of the clues I have. It'll be best if he can complete it. If he has any other thoughts, we have nothing to lose. It's just some unverified information anyway. Chapter 193. This hidden main storyline seems to be related to unearthing history. Logically speaking, it shouldn't have much of an effect, but since it's a main storyline, will I be able to unearth some shocking secret? Han Xiao thought to himself as he walked on the streets. No matter what the secret was, it was his mission now, and he had plenty of opportunities to explore it. Of course, the most important thing was the reward. The mission in Maple had been completed, so Han Xiao left on the same day. Threatening the officials in Maple had led to a secret manhunt by the intelligence agencies in the entire city. Since he had killed an official with a miraculous assassination technique, the manhunt was very intense. Since they were from the same organization, Han Xiao left together with Golden Fox. Ghost Blade was reluctant at first, but the situation was dire, so he had no choice but to compromise. However, Ghost Blade did not like the feeling of being protected by others. His mood became even more gloomy, and he gave off an oppressive aura. After successfully leaving Maple, Han Xiao bade farewell to the two hesitant people and rushed to Fabian's transport plane without stopping. The players in the Western Continent's novice village were all waiting for him to show up. They could not wait to receive his favor, or rather, his presence. The forums were in an uproar. The players who were waiting for Han Xiao were worried that Han Xiao would not come. They were all superstitious and started posting comments on the forums to pray for Han Xiao's arrival. There were even 300,000 comments. Han Xiao was worried that he would be drowned by the sea of people. It was really scary. There were also players who were bored and started a joke. Young man, did you drop this black phantom, this white phantom, or this yellow phantom? You're an honest child. To reward you, pay up and learn skill. Look, what did I find? There's a lone black phantom here. We could try to catch it. A black phantom can provide us with energy for a few days, but it's not easy to deal with. We have to approach it slowly from behind. Don't make any noise. I've been discovered. Help, it wants to eat me. Kevin, run. Black Phantom used Death Stare on you. The effect is outstanding. Finally, the Han technician arrived at the third novice village in the Western Continent. There were a sea of players waiting for Han Xiao's arrival, more than any other novice village. As soon as he appeared, players swarmed over like an avalanche. If one didn't know better, they would have thought that it was a plague of locusts. Han Xiao looked at the level of the players. The average level was already LV10. On the level ranking on the forums, the highest level was already LV18. There were hundreds of people at the same level, and Maple Moon was one of them. With the help of the great mechanic Han, she was the biggest winner of the prize pool mission. However, the other players also had their own opportunities. There were many people of the same level, but most of them were foreign players from other novice planets. Blue Star was the default home of the esports clubs in China. However, they had the least number of players at the top of the level ranking board. Han Xiao was very upset about this. You guys are disappointing. Give me some strength. However, he glanced at the sea of people in front of him, thought about it, and said righteously, what's the use of leveling up fast? Being able to fight is the most important thing. Yes, there was nothing wrong with that. Other than the players from the big guilds who specialized in leveling up the level ranking board, no one would do that. Leveling up fast at the beginning would get slower and slower as time went on. Han Xiao had the EXP limit for issuing missions. If he wanted to train a player, he could make that player grow faster than everyone else. However, he wouldn't do that, at least not before the players reached LV20. Before LV20, energy training method was the most popular, and this was a huge profit. As usual, he taught skills, and players swarmed over. Staying in the novice village to harvest EXP was also a form of relaxation for Han Xiao. He had time to browse the forums. On the forums, the popularity of the inhuman phenomenon was through the roof. Not only on Blue Star, but also on other planets. The players were treated differently. On the Magic Planet, they were studied by the wizards, and they were discovered to have excellent magic talent, learning ability on the player panel. They were actually able to join various magic academies. On the Ancient Planet, they were considered to be messengers sent by the gods and were worshipped. On Winterfrost Planet, the players were the safest. The demon race was not interested in their revival ability at all. When they saw the Void Demon Race's battleships traveling in the universe and using gravity traps to capture the asteroid belts around the planet to collect resources, everyone felt that the reaction of the demon race was normal. The strength of the players was like a pile of ants to the extinguished army. Who would care about what an ant looked like? Of course, it was also possible that the demon race was used to the revival ability. No one could be sure. After all, it was all guesswork. The planets mentioned above were all very lucky, but Blue Star was one of the unluckiest planets. The NPCs were very afraid of the players, and the players were captured, studied, sliced, and brainwashed. This treatment was exactly the same as the old slaves in Africa. It was inevitable that there would be complaints. Based on this and the situation of Blue Star, the players of Blue Star had new guests. Black Phantom was probably the game company's compensation to them. So that's why the other planets don't have people like Black Phantom. Only we do. Luckily, we have Black Phantom. Otherwise, we would be dead meat. Seeing such comments, Han Xiao smiled. His efforts were not in vain. Looking at the eyes of the players, his smile became even brighter. His expression was like an old farmer looking at his harvest. Blue Star's inhuman phenomenon had reached a critical moment. All the major forces were contacting the players. Among them were the gentle ones like Star Dragon and Hesla, the cold-blooded ones like Raylan and Ordina, and the other warlords of financial groups were also taking action. This was not without convenience. At least the players did not have to run around and had the opportunity to join a faction. This was indeed what the players did. Most of the players joined the Six Nations. In Han Zhao's previous life, most of the players joined the Germinal Organization. Now that the Germinal Organization's bases were all destroyed, they could only stay in the main camp and capture the local players. It was miserable. Their numbers were 70 to 80% less than in Han Zhao's previous life. The inhuman phenomenon also caused another change. The players became interested in teasing the NPCs and became curious babies who liked to ask questions. They also liked to do some outrageous things to see the NPCs' reactions. The players were having fun, but in the eyes of the NPCs, their actions were extremely strange. All the major forces wrote this slogan in the Inhuman profile. Inhumans are generally mentally ill. Their behavior is unpredictable. They could do anything. You can't understand them with normal thinking. Han Xiao saw the slogans of these forces on the darknet and did not know whether to laugh or cry. There was another slogan that made him almost cramp up. After testing, Inhumans have genders, but they do not have genitals and reproductive abilities. The game did not allow players to strip naked. In the eyes of the NPCs, it was like their underwear had become a part of their body. This made them very confused. How could there be people who looked like that? Han Xiao almost laughed himself crazy. He could already imagine how the various large organizations had discovered this, unable to reproduce, so the Inhumans could be ruled out as a new race. Of course, it could also be that the reproduction method was completely different from what Blue Star knew. There were also all kinds of speculations about the appearance of the Inhumans on the darknet. Han Xiao realized that the long-abandoned religion seemed to be on the rise again. It said that the Inhumans were the messengers sent by God to save the world. Religion and superstition were always full of holes and could be linked to any phenomenon. Some players had the idea of teasing Black Phantom. Since Black Phantom was a new guide, would he be like the other NPCs and have a strange reaction? Teasing NPCs was a very fun thing to do. Black Phantom, your name is Han Xiao. You used to serve in Star Dragon and are now a member of the Darknet. Am I right? A player with the ID Flying Mantis Prawn suddenly said. He had seen the video of Bun Hit Dog beating up Bun Hit Dog, and he had an idea. He wanted to see what would happen if he exposed Bun Hit Dog's identity in front of Black Phantom. Black Phantom would not know that his identity was exposed. When he saw a stranger expose his identity, would Black Phantom lose his composure and be shocked? Chapter 194. The onlookers all looked at Flying Mantis Prawn with admiration. This was a true warrior who dared to face death head-on. Then, they all stepped back and stood further away, afraid that they would be splashed with blood. Han Xiao was very clear about the source of Flying Mantis Prawn's information. This was the influence of Bun Hit Dog's video. Leaking some information to arouse the curiosity of the players about his mysterious identity and increase his fame was something that he had tacitly allowed. The leaked information was not important to Han Xiao. Players were not NPCs. They did not have a huge information network and did not have key information. Knowing his real name was useless. On the contrary, the more the video spread, the more his influence would increase. Therefore, Han Xiao had already guessed that there would be players who would ask him directly. He just nodded calmly and did not say anything else. Flying Mantis Prawn was stunned. This was completely different from what he had imagined. How could Black Phantom be so calm when his identity was exposed? Did Black Phantom not care at all about strangers knowing his identity? Or, in a place that the players did not know, Black Phantom's identity was no longer a secret? Therefore, this method was useless. Flying Mantis Prawn was frustrated. Black Phantom was too stable. He did not feel like he had any weaknesses. The onlookers looked at each other and became even more curious. What kind of person was he? Flying Mantis Prawn did not give up. He asked again, I want to join the Germinal organization. Do you know how to do that? Everyone knew that Black Phantom was the enemy of the Germinal organization. He asked this on purpose. Hey, young man, are you provoking me? Han Xiao did not say anything and directly reduced his favorability by 3 points as a punishment. Flying Mantis Prawn's face turned green. This reaction was too direct. There was no warning at all. Han Xiao suddenly had a new idea. Since he had a certain amount of influence among the players, maybe he could guide them in choosing a faction. Therefore, he paused and said, the war is about to break out. The Germinal organization will definitely lose. If you want to commit suicide, it's up to you. If you want to join the Darknet, I can write a letter of recommendation. If you want to join the Germinal organization, get lost. Everyone was excited. Black Phantom finally had a different reaction. He even said something that they did not know. They whispered among themselves. Expedition? The 6 nations and the Germinal organization are going to war? He definitely knows more than we do. His judgment is definitely reliable. Then, joining the Germinal organization is a huge loss. The players were in an uproar. Only the people from the Andrea continent had joined the Germinal organization. Han Zhao's words would soon be posted on the forum, and those who wanted to join the Germinal organization would give up on that idea. He would not let go of any opportunity to attack the Germinal organization. He had not been stirring up trouble recently, and the Germinal organization seemed to have been living peacefully for a while. He could not tolerate it at all. The player noticed another important point. He mentioned the Darknet. That's a hidden force, right? Can you let us join the Darknet? Han Xiao smiled. He opened a shop page that he hadn't seen in a long time and added a new item. Faction recommendation letter. You can use this item to open the Blood Pact Society faction. Note, the Blood Pact Society is an assassin organization under the Darknet. Price, 250,000 aquamarine dollars, 250,000. Everyone was dumbfounded. To them, this was a sky-high price. No one could afford it. Originally, joining the Blood Pact Society required one to undergo a series of missions and tests. However, Han Xiao had cut them off. With his relationship with the Darknet, it was only a matter of words for him to introduce some players to join. A few months ago, Han Xiao had bought the Blood Pact Society certificate from Antonio for 200,000 aquamarine dollars. He had increased the price by 25% based on that. After all, it was inflation. He felt that it was a reasonable price increase. With such a high price, normal players would naturally be dissuaded. Han Zhao's original intention was not to sell it on a large scale. His target customers were the professional players from the clubs. Only with the financial support of the big guilds could they afford such a price. Professional players were the type of players who were most willing to use any means to become stronger. This plan could attract professional players and help him expand his backup team. Of course, the main reason was to make money. It's not enough to just have cheap skills and normal goods. I also need luxury goods with sky-high prices to enrich my product structure, Han Xiaoxin said. 250,000 aquamarine dollars was a sum that most guilds could not afford. However, they were rich and could buy other players' aquamarine dollars through real-life currency. Let's see how many guilds can wake up to the benefits of joining a new hidden faction. He was now Taigong Han's bait. Those who were willing to take the bait. Unbelievable, the most expensive item so far. Black Phantom. Germinal organization will lose. Posts with such titles appeared on the Blue Star forum and immediately attracted the attention of the players. Seeing the sky-high price of 250,000 aquamarine dollars, they were all stunned. Wow, is this faction gold-plated like? Blood Pact Society, I wonder what it does. The price is ridiculously high. What's so special about this faction called Blood Pact Society? Have you heard of this faction before? This person was just asking casually and did not expect someone to really reply. I triggered the Blood Pact Society's joining mission. It's very complicated and difficult. It's introduced as an assassin organization. Currently, I don't know what benefits it has, but to me, spending 250,000 just to skip the prerequisite mission is not worth it. The sky-high price of 250,000 aquamarine dollars caused a lot of discussion. The average wealth of players now was around 3,000 to 5,000 aquamarine dollars. It was not too difficult for guilds to gather 250,000 aquamarine dollars. After all, the number of players was constantly increasing. However, most guilds felt that it was not worth it. 250,000 aquamarine dollars for an aquamarine dollar letter was too extravagant. The situation was not clear yet, so they decided to wait and see. Han Xiao had influence among the normal players, but the guilds had always been rational and considered everything from the perspective of profit. Other players were playing games, but they were doing business. Compared to the sky-high price of the aquamarine dollar letter, the players paid more attention to Han Zhao's news that the Six Nations and the Germinal Organization were about to start a war. After playing for a few days, the Blue Star players all knew that the conflict between the Six Nations and the Germinal Organization was the main storyline. However, the war had started without warning, and it was an expedition, which meant that the battlefield would be in the Andria continent. Many players had not even chosen a faction, and their strength was not enough to participate in the main storyline mission. In the original storyline, the war was supposed to start a few months later, and there would be local battles in every continent. Players from all over the world could participate. However, after Han Zhao's intervention, the war was not only brought forward, but it was also an expedition from the start. He felt that the impact that the players could cause was minimized. Most importantly, most players had not triggered the main storyline mission between the Six Nations and the Germinal Organization yet. Black Phantom said that the Germinal Organization would definitely lose, which made many people stop. Players liked excitement, and there were many who leaned toward the evil faction. There were also many who wanted to join the Germinal Organization. However, this time, Han Zhao's influence played a role. These players started to waver. If they chose the Germinal Organization, they would have to bear the risk of being destroyed. If that was the case, they would rather choose the lawful faction of the Six Nations. Only the embrace of the strong would be warm. One sentence made the Germinal Organization lose many potential supporters. Han Zhao's influence on the players grew as he built his own image, and his position in the hearts of the players was strengthened. His words would be treated as key information in the game by the players. Chapter 195. Han Xiao had seen the impact of the information on the forum, and it was just as he had expected. He had once again tricked the Germinal Organization, and they did not even know who was messing with him or what went wrong. Sneaking around and doing bad things made him feel good all over. However, the faction recommendation letter was not popular, which surprised Han Xiao a little. He thought about it and knew the reason. This was determined by the current economic situation of the players. Although the guilds could gather 250,000, the risk was not small. If the recommendation letter was not effective, it would greatly slow down their development. This meant that the price he set was too high at this time. When the average wealth of the players increased, the risk of buying the recommendation letter would decrease. Only then would the guilds try to buy it. With this price, it will take a long time before the first person to try it appears. Han Xiao bit his nails and fell in a deep thought. The best way is to lower the price, but that is impossible. It does not exist. Then, I can use the promotion strategy and give some other benefits in the recommendation letter. The first thing that came to Han Xiao's mind was the favorability reward. For example, he would give some favorability points when buying the recommendation letter. Favorability points were used as a prerequisite for high-level equipment in the shop. This was part of the profit chain. He felt that it was not appropriate to give favorability points as the highest favorability points were only 100. The higher the favorability points, the more he would cherish them. He would only give 10 favorability points to normal players at most, and it would not exceed that. He could not let the players get it easily. If he used it on the recommendation letter, it would not be attractive if it was only 1 or 2 favorability points. If it was too much, it would be disadvantageous to him. Then, how about giving them equipment? As soon as this idea popped up, Han Xiao pushed it back down. He would not do such a thing. If he wanted to be a qualified businessman, he definitely could not be so conscientious. Recently, he had merged many new blueprints, but there were no finished products, so he could not sell them. As for the potions, now is not a good time to sell them. The market for some potions with percentage bonuses would only expand when the players' levels were higher. Professional players who wanted to compete were the best target customers. Just as he was thinking, an unexpected notification appeared on the interface. Source of the grouper plague completed. Requirement 1. Find the source of the plague. Completed. Requirement 2. Stop the spread of the plague. Completed. Requirement 3. Cure all the plague victims. Incomplete. You have received 60,000 EXP, plus 400 Black Pine settlement favorability. Han Xiao was stunned. This mission was left to Mad Blade, Furious Sword, and Porkbun. They had completed it. As expected of the person I've taken a fancy to. Han Xiao laughed. Mad Blade and Porkbun were both around level 15. This quest was a little difficult for them. Although they did not complete it perfectly, it was still a pleasant surprise. After all, Han Xiao had not interfered with this quest from the beginning. This meant that the reward was completely free. Wait a minute. Han Xiao's eyes lit up. He was suddenly inspired and thought of another way to promote the recommendation letter. Mad Blade, nice one. Han Xiao chuckled. This mission was completed in time and reminded him at the critical moment. It was simply like sending charcoal in the snow or an urn in the fire. At this time, the players in the novice village were learning energy training technique, one after another. At the same time, they were all amazed by the astronomical price of the recommendation letter. The string of zeros made them dizzy. Han Xiao suddenly said loudly, "The torrent of the times carries everyone forward. The truth that has been buried in dust will always be forgotten by those who cannot stop moving forward. I need some trustworthy people to help me with something." As he said that, he wrote new missions according to the 5 mission objectives of the hidden main storyline, New Era, Origin. The end of the lingering ones, the key to the lost, the dusty past, the mysterious prisoner, and fellow traveler. New Era. Origin was too cumbersome. If Han Xiao were to do it, it would waste a lot of time. Furthermore, this was only the first round. Han Xiao decided to split the mission objectives and share them with the players. This way, he could save time and reap the benefits. Mad Blade's success proved his idea. It turned out that he could also receive rewards when the players completed the mission. Just like an evil capitalist, he used benefits to attract others to work for him. However, he still earned the most. Furthermore, Han Xiao also indicated that this was a main storyline mission. This could further increase his status among the players. An NPC who gave out the main storyline mission. Damn, that must be an important person. This was probably what the players would think. When the players saw these missions, they were shocked. Then, it turned into ecstasy. It was as if they had reached a climax in an instant. Main storyline mission. Oh my god, this is another main storyline. There are so many rewards. Quickly accept the mission. However, the players found that the mission was gray and could not be accepted. They were shocked. Why can't I accept the mission? Why can't I accept it? Their doubts were quickly solved. They noticed that the mission actually had a prerequisite to buy a recommendation letter. That's right, it was that black-hearted. The players were speechless. What was there to play? 250,000. Who the F***CK could afford it? Looking at the players whose emotions were fluctuating and whose expressions were like impotence and constipation, Han Xiao secretly smiled. Due to the limit, his main storyline mission could only be given out in limited amounts. He could only choose to go the elite route. The target he wanted to attract was the professional players. Since the professional players had the support of the big guilds, he could use them to promote the recommendation letter and bundle the sales. Want the main storyline mission? Sure, buy my recommendation letter. Don't want to spend money? Then how can you become stronger? Professional players were willing to use any means to grow. They would never give up on a main storyline mission. Furthermore, Han Xiao had another reason for doing this. Normal players were not good enough and might cause him to fail the mission. Professional players, on the other hand, were more skilled and had the support of the big guilds. They had helpers when doing missions, so naturally they were more reliable. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. He also added a key message in the mission introduction, saying that there was a chance to gain Black Phantom's favor and that there was a chance to unlock his hidden storyline by accepting the mission. The examples of Mad Blade, Pork Bun, and Maple Moon were not attractive enough. There were very few professional players who accepted the mission. Perhaps they thought that triggering the hidden storyline depended on luck, so they did not pay much attention to it. Han Xiao decided to give them a strong dose of medicine and let the professional players see a channel that had a higher chance of triggering Black Phantom's hidden storyline. Great strategy this time. This is a stone, so many birds. Grandfather Han was very satisfied. Little guys, I don't believe that you won't take the bait. The forum had the function of a chat room. At this time, a password chat room was flooded with people and the notifications kept ringing. Jay Green Sky has entered the chat room. Jupiter has entered the chat room. Morning Snow Twilight Frost has entered the chat room. I Cry Your Mother Collapses has entered the chat room. More than 10 people entered the chat room. They were all famous guild leaders in China. They knew each other and had a small circle. Is everyone here? Drizzle River's guild leader, Green Sky Rain, was the first to speak. I Cry Your Mother Collapses said, "Not yet." This sentence had a double meaning. Nine Doors Guild's guild leader, 339, asked, "Where's old Chi? Can you help him?" Forget it. That kid spams the screen every day. Don't even think about talking about business with him around. Chrysanthemum Floor's guild leader, Cowherd Star, said. Who booked the room? What business are we talking about? Jupiter asked. Jade Green Sky interrupted. Yo, isn't this one of the top esports players? I heard that Protoss has not been doing well recently. Trash Guild leader, when are you going to be fired? I'll go to your club and set off firecrackers to celebrate. Jupiter, F***CK off. Morning Snow Twilight Frost sent a funny, smiley face. I Cry Your Mother Collapses said, Green Sky Rain, the pillar of thunderstorm, Rainy Jiang, has been very active recently. Can you help me get an autograph? Green Sky Rain, 3,000 for one, no deal. F***CK, are you robbing me? Don't you have any awareness of being a good guild leader? Cowherd Star interrupted. My autograph is free. Do you want it? I Cry Your Mother Collapses said, F***CK off. Your autograph is too hard to wipe my ass with. If it's Yao Yao's autograph, I might consider it. Yao Yao 7 strings bell. Don't try to please me. I didn't come in. Cowherd Star was not happy. Morning Snow Twilight Frost sent a funny, smiley face. Jupiter, stop joking. Let's talk about business. I'm very busy. Jade Green Sky. Forget it. You're just a mascot. Jupiter shouted. Get out of here. I Cry Your Mother Collapses said. Okay, I'll pull the topic back. You all saw the post on the forum, right? It's about the main storyline mission of Black Phantom. Yes, I saw it. What are you trying to say? Let's pool the money and let the pro players take on a main storyline mission of Black Phantom. You want to share the risk, right? But only one person can take on the mission. Why don't we pool the money ourselves? No, what I mean is we can cooperate and suggest that the pro players form a team to complete the mission. It's a healthy competition. Jade Green Sky. That's not a bad idea, but I need to ask for the team's opinion first. Cowherd Star. If I join, the club will definitely have no objections. 3-3 gets 9. I get both, Smiley/Jade Green Sky said. Aha, I remember now. The pro players of the Temple of God are all in the southern continent, right? We won't be able to meet Black Phantom anymore. You can't play with us, Jupiter. Quickly kick him out. This guy is now a spy sent to gather intelligence. Jupiter, spicy skin. Jupiter has left the chat room. Chapter 196. The players in this novice village were almost all harvested. Han Xiao counted his experience happily. It was another big harvest. However, until now, no one had come to buy the recommendation letter. But Grand Duke Han was not arrogant and was very patient. The news of him releasing the main storyline mission had caused a huge commotion on the forum. Sooner or later, someone would take the bait. There's only one novice village left. Maybe I should drag it out and give those big guilds time to raise money, Han Xiaoxin said. At this time, two players approached together. Their IDs were Windchaser and Dragontail, and they attracted the attention of the surrounding players. They were players from the Nine Gates Club and the Fanatics Club, and they were quite famous. Han Zhao's eyes lit up. Finally, the pro players were here. Black Phantom, we want to buy the recommendation letter, Windchaser said. Okay. Windchaser and Dragontail were sponsored by the guilds under the clubs. A team was the face of a club, and as professional players, they had this privilege. The two of them took out 250,000 each. The surrounding players craned their necks and looked envious. They had never seen such a huge amount of money before. There are actually people who can afford it. The big guilds are really rich. No wonder the pro players are better than us. If I had such resources, I could be a pro player too. You think just anyone can sign a contract with a club? A player suddenly had an idea. We'll be rich if we steal their money. Don't be stupid. Not to mention that the pro players can kill you. Even if you really get it, the guilds will definitely chase you to the ends of the earth. Maybe Black Phantom will kill you first. Everyone was discussing. With 500,000 in his account, he wrote the recommendation letter on the spot and handed it to the two pro players. Han Xiao told them about a Darknet stronghold in the Western continent and said, "You can join the Blood Pact Society if you bring my letter there." He paused and said, "I seem to be able to trust you. There are some jobs here. Are you willing to help?" "That's what I'm waiting for." Dragontail could not wait to accept the mission. After accepting one, he wanted to accept another, but he was notified that he could only accept one mission in the series and could not accept other missions at the same time. This was set by Han Xiao. One recommendation letter for one mission. F***CK. I can only accept one quest. I thought I could accept all the quests. Ferocious Dragon Swings Its Tail was dissatisfied. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows and said indifferently, "It's fine if you don't want to do it." Ferocious Dragon Swings Its Tail immediately shut up. If he didn't accept the mission, wouldn't he be wasting his money? Windchaser could only helplessly choose the same mission. The two clubs cooperated and formed a team to complete the mission. Fortunately, the mighty Dragon Swings Its Tail mission was in the West Continent. If you can complete this mission, I might have more things that I need your help with. Han Xiao hinted that if he wanted to unlock his hidden storyline, he had to complete this mission first. The professional players raced against time and left immediately after receiving the mission. Of the 5 mission targets, 2 were in the West Continent, 2 were in the North Continent, and 1 was in the South Continent. He had to make sure that someone would accept all of them. It just so happened that all 3 continents were on his itinerary. Although the main mission was of A-rank difficulty, this was only the first part of the mission. Han Xiao separated the main mission into small missions of D-rank difficulty. He could afford it with the amount of experience he gave out. When the difficulty gets higher in the later parts, I might not have enough experience points. Han Xiao felt that he needed a channel to increase his experience points. There was no hope for him to level up now, so he could only start from the faction and legendary level. Wind Chaser and Mighty Dragon Swings Its Tail are normal professional players. They didn't seem to have a particularly good battle record in my previous life. I'll observe them for now. Han Xiao was very strict with his choice of backups. He didn't pull them in every time he saw a professional player. Fanatics and Nine Gates announced that their players had bought the recommendation letter on the forum. It was equivalent to advertising and increasing the fame of their clubs. Many players were watching and cheering for them. Because of the advertisements of the two clubs, Han Xiao had also indirectly gained fame. It was conceivable that in the future, the clubs that bought the recommendation letters would follow suit, and Han Xiao estimated that he would gain fame on the forums many times. Without stopping, Han Xiao came to the last novice village in the Western continent. While harvesting experience points, there were also new professional players who squandered their guild's wealth in exchange for the opportunity to accept missions. The ordinary players could only watch with envy. The other main mission in the Western continent was also accepted by a professional player. Han Xiao was finally relieved. He leisurely sold his skills and paid attention to the forum and dark web. Hey, Galaxy Times has published a new issue. The subtitle is Pro League Formation. Han Xiao was excited. He had been paying attention to this program and immediately clicked on it. Hello, players, the male host said. This is Galaxy Times, dedicated to sharing first-hand game information and protecting your gaming career. Xiao Chun, I've been very anxious recently, the female host said. What's wrong, Qiu Qiu? I've fallen in love with a man. He doesn't talk much, and he's handsome. He's cold and aloof, but he never looks at me or talks to me. Don't worry, I think you're a perfect match for him. The female host was pleasantly surprised. Really? Of course, he's cold and aloof, and you're short and hot. It's a perfect match. It was the same awkward joke at the beginning of every episode. This style made Han Xiao feel so familiar with it that he almost peed his pants. The bullet screen was filled with ridicule and ridicule. There were many players who watched Galaxy Times. It had been less than a month since it started broadcasting, and it had already become an authoritative program in the eyes of the players. After all, it had an official background and had a lot of first-hand information. After chatting for a while to liven up the atmosphere, the male host said, Okay, let's get back to the topic. Today's program will analyze the hottest in human phenomenon and the movements of the professional players. We also invited Li Gu to the studio. Don't leave. The content of the program was still very detailed. At the beginning, it went through the current progress of the players on each planet and commented on the level rankings. Now, among the players, the highest leveled Vanguard is approaching the level 20 mark. Level 20 will be the first advancement. I don't know who will get this honor, but the first player to successfully advance will be recorded in the history of the game. Then, as you can clearly see, among the players at the top of the level rankings, there are basically no professional players. Among them, there are the most Japanese players. As everyone knows, Japan's base is Planet Lani, where technology and magic coexist. The Crystal Civilization is at its peak, and it's very suitable to take on missions to level up. France and America also have a lot of players, but there are not many Chinese players on the list. Oh, I saw an old acquaintance, Maple Moon. You remember her, right? When the open beta started, she received more than 100,000 EXP. That was also the first prize pool mission that all the players had encountered so far. Speaking of Black Phantom, he has been attracting the attention of the players on Planet Aquamarine since the beginning of the game. Recently, there have been new developments. He has been appearing in the newbie village to provide guidance and benefits. Not long ago, he showed another main storyline mission, and the prerequisite is an extremely expensive item worth 250,000 aquamarine dollars. If players from other planets want to understand the concept of price, You can go to the exchange rate board and see the amount of resources that can be exchanged for 250,000 aquamarine dollars. Chapter 197. The male host suddenly changed the topic. Recently, a phenomenon has sparked widespread thought and discussion. The NPCs in the game have shown great curiosity due to the characteristics of the players. Every novice planet has a different reaction, such as the Chosen One phenomenon, the Inhuman phenomenon, the Genius phenomenon, and so on. This can't help but feel surprised and excited. It's as if the NPCs have independent thoughts and are not as inflexible as in other games. If every NPC has an independent logical thought, the calculation capacity will be terrifying, but Galaxy uses the latest generation of photon processors, and no one knows its limits, the female host said. The comments flew up, and the spectating players made one guess after another. The NPCs had independent thoughts, and the freedom of interaction was almost the same as in the real world. It was too novel. The two hosts read the script and summarized the different phenomena of each planet. They only made some guesses in the program. From the player's point of view, they could only know the attitude of the NPCs they came into contact with, but they could not know the secret reaction of each organization. However, Han Xiao knew that the recent darknet intelligence was almost all about coming into contact with Inhumans. The increasing number of players was already pressuring the major organizations. The major organizations all agreed that if the number of Inhumans kept increasing, there would be endless hidden dangers, and it would cause a huge impact on the overall situation. However, they could not find a way to suppress the growth of the Inhumans. Luckily, the Inhumans were weak and easy to control. At this time, the major organizations of Blue Star had not discovered the characteristics of the rapid growth of the players. Before LV-20, their combat power was still in the range of normal people. Han Xiao shook his head helplessly. When the players' levels are high, these organizations will be stunned. The topic of the Inhuman phenomenon came to an end. The male host said, "We have invited Li Gu to be our guest." "Hello, Li Gu." The second god of China, Li Gu, appeared in the camera. He sat in the middle of the hosts with a smile on his face. Galaxy Times often invited top players for interviews to share information and opinions. The female host asked Li Gu what he thought of the Inhuman phenomenon. "I feel that this is part of the game's plot, to increase the player's immersion and sense of reality. When I was playing, I often had the illusion that this was the real world. I think this is the experience that the developers want to give us, the feeling of being a special part of the real world. Every experience is random, and there are very few similar events. It is very novel and exciting. I am very optimistic about the future of Galaxy." The male host said, "Speaking of the future of the game, our station has received first-hand information. The International Esports Association has confirmed that they will host the first Galaxy Pro League and allow countries to hold secondary competitions. What do you think about this? It's probably the feeling that I haven't lost my job." Li Gu smiled. "Seriously, all the esports giants from all over the world have joined Galaxy. They will definitely be preparing for it. I think this will be a fierce battle. I hope I can lead China to a good result." The bullet screen became densely packed. The formation of the Pro League made the players very excited. This was going to be a big event. At the same time, the bullet screen was mixed with comments from fangirls such as, "Li Gu is so handsome," and "My husband is so cute." The competition has been established. The professional players need to prepare quickly. "Do you have any experience that you can share with us?" Li Gu thought about it and said, "Us pro players need to allocate EXP according to the characteristics of our abilities. We don't rush to level up. We need to play it safe and familiarize ourselves with the controls at every level to train our skill. That's why there are almost no professional players on the level leaderboard. Oh, there are few in Japan. Everyone knows that they are very prideful. We professional players need to grasp every opportunity to grow. Recently, our Blue Star's Black Phantom has become very famous. I think I will try my luck too, provided that he returns to the southern continent." Li Gu was helpless. The rest of the program was mostly chit-chat. After watching it, Han Xiaoxin said, The Pro League has been established. All the big clubs will hurry to prepare. My customers will probably increase. Liga said that he would look for him too. This was the second best player in China. Han Xiao did not even have the qualifications to meet Li Gu in his previous life. But now, Han Xiao had the right to decide whether to let him be his backup. Li Gu, we'll see when the time comes. Frenzied Sword and Bun Hit Dog were doing missions in Black Pine. Black Pine was not a place for players of their level, and the missions were very difficult. However, Frenzied Sword was a professional player after all, and his skill was there for all to see. He also had the equipment that Han Xiao had provided him, so he was doing very well and was growing very quickly. Through the various missions at Black Pine, he had obtained new equipment and new skills. However, in Mad Blade's heart, these things could not fill his heart. Instead, they made him feel even more empty. Thinking of Han Xiao, Mad Blade's heart was filled with longing. Only by following him could he understand the true meaning of life. Compared to that, the missions at Black Pine were not attractive at all. Will he come back? Mad Blade was very melancholy. Outside the quarantine area at Black Pine, Liu Cheng looked surprised. He said to Mad Blade, "To be honest, you surprised me. You successfully stopped the plague." Mad Blade was unhappy. Pork Bun pulled him aside, and he came back to his senses. He answered absent-mindedly, "Oh." At first, when Black Phantom left the two people behind to help solve the plague, Liu Cheng did not think much of it. However, he soon realized that the two people were really useful. Their ability to revive meant that they were not afraid of infection. They could do many things that researchers did not dare to do. The plague in the settlement stopped spreading with the help of the two people. The mild cases were cured, and the number of people in the quarantine area decreased significantly. Liu Cheng had always been very surprised by the Inhumans' characteristics. He also asked the garrison in Green Valley Town to study those refugees. Now, they were called Inhumans. He contacted some of his friends from other forces and found out that Inhumans were everywhere in the world. As the Inhumans' range of activities expanded, even the Six Nations could not hide it from the civilians. As their levels increased, the players in the novice village gradually explored the map. Many people left Green Valley Town, and some of them came to Black Pine. Liu Cheng tried to use the method that Han Xiao taught him to treat the Inhumans as mercenaries. He was surprised to find that Han Xiao showed him a way. Earn reward? Bun Hit Dog reminded Liu Cheng, who was distracted. Mad Blade looked at Pork Bun with disdain. When doing missions, he did almost everything alone. Pork Bun was leisurely recording at the side like a big boss. He even had the face to ask for rewards. Liu Cheng laughed and asked his subordinates to give the promised rewards to the two of them. Counting the money and equipment in his hands, Mad Blade studied the attributes description seriously. The Pro League had been formed, and he felt the pressure. Whenever he had time, he would study battle techniques. Pork Bun was very casual. He was browsing the forum. Suddenly, he said in surprise, "Black Phantom is doing something new again. He can even give out main storyline missions." Yeah, why didn't he mention this to us? We triggered his hidden storyline. Why didn't we get this treatment? Mad Blade's face tightened. He said in a deep voice, "When he comes back, he will definitely give us the main storyline mission." Where did your confidence come from? Pork Bun was suspicious. Chapter 198. The weather was sunny, and in a place that looked like a military camp in Star Dragon, many players were streaming in and out like a small market. Star Dragon's attitude toward the players was gentler. They held many internal meetings and tried to command the players. They found that they could communicate normally with normal people, but some of the Inhumans seemed to have some mental issues. However, it was not a big deal. In the end, they decided to form a special unit for the players to serve in the army. This military camp was an area specially open for the players. Star Dragon's officers gave missions here, and many players set up stalls and asked to form teams. Gradually, the camp became prosperous. Due to Han Zhao's influence, many players chose to join Star Dragon, including Maple Moon. Fighting and killing were not Maple Moon's cup of tea. She liked to collect all kinds of materials, build machines, and sell them to other players. Many players liked to come to her for supplies and repairs, so when doing missions, Maple Moon could easily find a team and was very popular. Maple Moon was only a casual player, and she spent less time online than other players. She preferred to enjoy the game and would not do missions mechanically. She liked to pester the NPCs and ask them questions, which wasted a lot of time. Even so, with the help of the prize pool mission that Han Xiao gave her, she still surpassed most players and became one of the top few players in terms of level. In a tent, Maple Moon looked at her experience bar and was very excited. Almost LV20, I will be able to find Black Phantom soon. A cold wind blew across the wasteland. Thin snow was scattered everywhere, and the bare ground was gray and white. In a flat wasteland in the northern continent, a player wearing an animal skin coat was slowly trekking in the cold wind. At the end of the horizon behind him was a novice village. He was leaving the novice village. His fists were covered in blood, and 100 meters behind him were the corpses of 7 frost wolves. Frost wolves were a common predator in the northern continent, and they were around LV10. Facing 7 frost wolves, a normal player at this stage had less than a 20% chance of winning. However, this player only had a few shallow claw marks on his body. The ID above his head was Hao Tian, and it was obvious that it was an old ID. Hao Tian, a famous pro god, the pillar of Club Long Sky, a veteran who had been in the pro scene for many years. He had also used this ID for many years. There were many clubs in the Chinese esports scene, but only 4 of them were known as the top clubs. They were Temple of God, Long Sky, Dynasty, and Fried Eggplants with Fish. It seemed like something strange had been mixed in, but that club was indeed called Fried Eggplants with Fish, and its archenemy was Korea's Kimchi Club. Hao Tian suddenly received a long-distance communication request from Farewell Song and stopped in his tracks. This question perfectly reflected Hao Tian's characteristic of not liking nonsense. Liga said, "Have you heard? The Esports Association has confirmed the formation of the Galaxy Pro League." "Oh, what profession did you change to?" "Martial Dao. I'm a psychic." Liga said, "Hurry up and level up your accounts. The situation of the Chinese players is not good. I need help to deal with the foreign players. Mind your own business." Hao Tian hung up the call without hesitation. They were both gods, but Li Ji's style was completely different from his. Hao Tian had been in the pro scene for many years. He had trained steadily to get to where he was today. He did not like to talk, and he did not like to manage his public image. He was completely focused on shining in the pro scene. Li Go was very passionate about managing his own image. He often attended shows, and his fan base was dozens of times larger than Hao Tian's. He was also very handsome and had a lot of female fans. Furthermore, Li Gu was the kind of genius who could surpass others without much effort. Every pro player had talent, and Li Gu was full of it. Some people were just geniuses, and there was no room for reasoning. Many people admired Li Gu, and many people were jealous of him. Hao Tian did not belong to the two. He had known Li Gu for a long time, and he did not have any other feelings. In his eyes, Li Gu was just a strong peer, and he did not care about other factors. Li Gu was also his old rival, and Hao Tian had lost to him many times. This time, in order to achieve more in Galaxy, he basically spent the entire day leveling up his account. He did not want to miss any opportunity. Hao Tian opened the forums out of habit and saw the posts of players uploading Han Zhao's main mission. He suddenly stopped, turned around, and walked back to the novice village. With Hao Tian's strength, the novice village was useless to him, but for Black Phantom's mission, he was willing to wait. Star Dragon, underground of the Dragon Horn Building, Division 13 headquarters. In the deep metal corridor leading to the mainframe, red dots flashed in the gaps of the steel walls. Infrared detectors covered the entire corridor, and the floor was equipped with devices to identify weight and footprints. Gu Hui entered the passcode at the door, and his pupils, fingerprints, and voice were detected. He stepped into the corridor, and in less than a second, the mainframe recognized Gu Hui's identity through the floor and infrared detectors. Authorization verified. Welcome, Director. A synthetic mechanical voice sounded indifferent and emotionless. All the defense devices went into hibernation mode, and the green light was on. Gooey walked into the spacious mainframe operation room with a serious face. He was there with the order from the highest leader to consult Ghidorah, which was far away in the depths of the universe, about the inhuman phenomenon. This was a matter of great importance, and all the surveillance cameras in the mainframe room were pointed at him. The leaders were watching. Gooey knew that not only Star Dragon, but other countries would also do the same. The inhuman phenomenon was too strange, and they had no solution at all. They could only seek help from galactic civilizations. Ghidorah was the only advanced civilization they had come into contact with, and they were neutral and friendly. They had never interfered with Blue Star. Gooey turned on the mainframe, entered a long series of passwords, and unlocked all the encryption. He then opened the bottom layer of the program and entered a secret code, which activated a secret program. The screen suddenly turned white, and then a new interface popped up. It was simple and plain, and there were countless options listed on it. However, they were all gray and could not be selected. The names were all strange symbols. These were the words of the Ghidorah civilization. There was only one option that could be activated, and it was translated into Blue Star's language. Communication window between Ghidorah Sector 9 and Blue Star. This was a Sector 9 communication terminal model called Light Feather. The 6 regimes of Blue Star had all received interstellar communicators from Ghidorah and could connect with other galactic civilizations. Blue Star's technology had not yet been able to figure out the principle of how the interstellar communication terminal could send and receive signals. It seemed to be a very mature quantum entanglement communication technology. Ghidorah had locked many functions of the terminal and closed hundreds of communication network links to the outside universe. Blue Star could only communicate with Ghidorah's base in Sector 9, and Blue Star could only use 1/millionth or 1/millionth of the interstellar communication terminal. They could only understand the structure of the universe through Ghidorah. However, Blue Star had no choice. Gooey calmed himself down and clicked on the option. The 10 seconds of waiting felt like hours. Finally, the screen flashed and a dialog box appeared. Human from Blue Star, why do you want to communicate? The cold Ghidorah language on the other side suddenly turned into Blue Star language. This was the translation function of the terminal. Gooey went through the script that he had prepared in advance in his mind and typed it word by word. Friend of Ghidorah, I am the person in charge of the Blue Star's Star Dragon Intelligence Agency. This communication is to inquire about a strange phenomenon that has occurred on our planet. We call it the inhuman phenomenon. The details are as follows. Gooey briefly explained their research on the Inhumans and sent detailed research files and records. In the end, he wrote, we are unable to find the cause with our technology. We hope that you can solve the problem. If you can lend us a hand, we will express our sincere gratitude. Ghidorah and Star Dragon will always be close friends. Chapter 199. A few seconds later, Ghidorah's receptionist answered. There are many technologies that can achieve this effect, and it could also be a natural phenomenon. There have been stranger phenomena in the universe before, so there's no need to be surprised. Tens of thousands of new races are born and die every second. If we want to find out the cause, we have to do the research ourselves. This is what we're looking forward to, Gooey said. I hope you can send someone to investigate. Request accepted. Current time, Galaxy Calendar, year 688, August 10th. Mission schedule, May 15th, year 689, arrival July 5th. The galactic calendar was set by the 3 giant civilizations, and it was used throughout the universe. However, some places still use their own calendar, just like how the locals still use dialects, even though Mandarin was popularized. The galactic calendar was basically only used when different civilizations communicated, as it was convenient to calculate time. That long? Gooey was shocked. All activities follow the schedule. Requests need to be lined up. I've already received requests from other governments on your planet, so I'll handle them at the same time. Ghidorah's receptionist answered in a rigid manner. Gui felt a sense of familiarity. He thought about it and realized that this was the same tone that the relevant departments used. Ending the call, Gu Hui was helpless. We still have to wait a year. After a year, who knows what the inhuman phenomenon will be like? Gu Hui shook his head. Luckily, the Inhumans can be communicated. They're passionate about being mercenaries, so we can control it to a certain extent. The highest level of Star Dragon held a meeting. Since the Inhuman phenomenon could not be dealt with for the time being, they had to seize the opportunity to start a war with the Germinal Organization before the situation worsened. They had to destroy the Germinal Organization and prevent the Germinal Organization from using this phenomenon to stage a comeback. Preparations for an expedition war were started again. Thud, thud, thud. Her military boots stepped on the cold metal floor. Hela was expressionless as she walked through the maze-like metal corridors. She did not hesitate when she faced the intersection. She was very familiar with this area. This was where Aurora was locked up. At the end of a long corridor, a thick metal door blocked Hela's view. She walked over with light steps. The automatic defense machine gun array in the corridor was always aimed at her, as if it would fire at any time. 2 guards stood in front of the metal door, one on the left and one on the right, blocking Hela in front of the door. I have the authority. Hela's tone was cold. The guard turned sideways and tapped on the control panel of the metal door a few times to confirm that Hela had received a one-time authorization from the leader. He nodded and said, "You only have 1 hour." He opened the metal door, and light leaked out, illuminating Hela's delicate but cold face. A pure white room was reflected in her eyes. The structure was simple. There was a bed, a table, a chair, a bookshelf full of books, and a toilet. On the bed that was as white as an angel's feather, a thin and small body was curled up under the blanket. Hela walked forward absent-mindedly and stopped 5 meters away from the room. She stretched out her hand and pressed it against the transparent glass of the isolation room. She couldn't go any further. The corners of her eyes trembled. The palm that was pressed against the glass suddenly clenched into a fist. He used so much force that even his knuckles turned white. "Sister?" The blanket wriggled, and a small head popped out of the blanket. Her movements were cautious. She had a head of green stubble, delicate features, and an abnormally pale face. It seemed that she had been malnourished for a long time and lacked light. Her big eyes were blinking. When she saw Hela, she was pleasantly surprised. Aurora lifted the blanket and staggered to the mirror. Her steps were weak and weak. She was wearing a loose hospital gown. Her bare arms were full of scars from needles. Her body was thin and small, as if she was so thin that only her bones were left. Her height was only up to Hela's collarbone. Aurora threw herself in front of the mirror. Both of her hands were pressed against the glass. Her face was full of joy. "You came to see me." Hela hurriedly stretched out her hands. Separated by the glass, the 2 pairs of palms pressed together. Hela's nose twitched. She held back her sobs and asked softly, "Have you been well recently? The doctor in the white coat is coming less and less often. The last injection was 13 days ago." Aurora blinked her big eyes and revealed a heartless smile. Hela forced a smile. Her eyes swept over the needle holes on Aurora's body. Her heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. She knew why the doctor came less and less frequently. It was because Aurora's recovery was getting slower and slower. Every time the doctor took blood and bone marrow, Aurora needed a longer time to recover. The power of the dead could sense vitality. Aurora, who was once as bright as the sun, was now like a candle flame that could be blown out by the wind at any time. The flame of life was weak. Her vitality was withering. "Sister, tell me a story. I want to hear the one you didn't finish last time." Aurora sat down with her arms around her knees and looked up at Hela. Hela also sat down, leaned against the glass, and said softly, "Where did we leave off last time?" Aurora tilted her head and thought for a while. "That uncle called Zero escaped from a base. What happened after that? Did you fight with him?" Hela's eyes drifted away. With a gentle tone, she continued the story. In the German organization headquarters, in the leader's room, a row of senior officers stood in front of the desk, reporting the situation of the organization. The leader sat up straight. No one could see the expression hidden behind the mask. His black-gloved hands were crossed under his nose, and he said in a deep voice, "The inhuman phenomenon has distracted the Six Nations, but it won't be for long. At least the Inhumans have bought us some time to rest. Be prepared. The enemy will invade Andrea at any time." All the senior officers nodded. The leader glanced around and paused. "Where's Cyberlos? There have been breakthroughs in a few research projects recently. He's busy." The leader suddenly stood up and strode away. Alux was so moved that tears welled up in his eyes. After a month of torture, he was finally released. It was not easy, although he was in prison. Alux had always been paying attention to the forums and knew that the Germinal organization had captured some other players. After he was released, he was assigned to a special team made up of players called the Inhuman Team. They were all unlucky players who had been brainwashed and were bound to a faction. His level was far behind, but Alux was confident that with his grade of potential Esper ability, as long as he leveled up, he would definitely be stronger than the other players. A foreign player like him was not rare. There would always be some casual players who would not care about whose home planet was and would only choose a novice planet based on their interests. Every novice planet had casual players from various countries. Organizing the brainwashed Inhumans into a small team was Cyberlos' suggestion. He had gotten the leader's permission. He felt that the Inhumans who could be resurrected had strategic value and could play a miraculous role in war. The leader had sent combat instructors to create training and actual combat plans specifically for the Inhumans. At this time, Cyberlos was in another laboratory. In front of him was a specially sealed chamber. Beside him, the researchers were methodically adjusting the equipment. There was an experiment going on inside, and painful and crazy screams could be heard. After a long time, the sealed chamber quietened down. The valve opened, and the chamber door slid open, revealing the thing inside. It was a man with all kinds of mechanical exoskeleton parts all over his body. The joints were all rooted in the bones. Other than his face, the rest of his skin had been replaced with a kind of flexible metal. His bald head was shiny, and it looked very futuristic. His body was huge, and his whole body was equipped with exoskeletons, making him look like a steel beast. Chapter 200. How do you feel? Number 1 opened his eyes. His eyes had been modified. His pupils flashed with red light, and his vision could zoom in and out like a sniper scope. He looked down at his metal-skinned palms and moved his fingers. Better than ever. Number 1 swung his fist, and the exoskeleton hummed. He smashed a hole in the steel wall. His hideous smile gradually widened and finally turned into a maniacal laugh. After enduring endless pain, he finally obtained supernatural power. The surging confidence intoxicated him. In front of this power, Number 1 suddenly realized that Zero, who had killed him before, was just a weak little chick that could be crushed easily. They were no longer on the same level. Zero, before I find you, don't die in the hands of others. Number 1's eyes were ferocious as he muttered to himself, "You're mine." Cyberlos walked out of the lab and reported to the leader. Due to the early schedule, the experiment is not mature yet. Only Number 1 can survive all the modifications. He's the only completely modified body, Cyberlos said. It's hard to imagine that he can withstand all the torture. The leader's tone was indifferent. He died in Zero's hands. Hatred made his will indestructible. About Zero, Cyberlos narrowed his eyes. If he really has the ability to foresee, we have to get rid of him before the war. Otherwise, our strategic deployment will be exposed. He's like a rat in the sewer, hiding too deep. The leader folded his hands and made a decision. Activate Destiny's Child and find his location. Cyberlos smiled. He had always been very interested in Destiny's Child. The two walked through the twisting corridors and passed through the gates that required more and more authority. The security here was very tight. Teams of elite night owls patrolled the corridors, and their footsteps were orderly. There was a well-hidden secret room here. The leader came to the door and entered the password. Then, it was fingerprint identification. He took off the gloves he had been wearing, revealing his palms. Hideous scars covered his palms, as if they had been bitten by wild beasts. There were also scars on his fingertips. After the identification, the leader put the gloves back on. The metal door moved and slid to the side. Only the leader had the authority to open this door. Inside was a hibernation pod. A man with a metal mask on his face was lying in the pod hibernating. The nutrient solution ensured that his body would not die. The leader operated the hibernation pod and injected the awakening potion. The pod door opened, and the man slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were like a pool of stagnant water, and he didn't care whether he was asleep or awake. This person was known as the Child of Destiny by the Germinal organization. He had a special ability to influence the future through language. Even the Germinal organization did not know the details. The leader waved his hand behind him, and his subordinate handed over Zero's file. The leader showed it page by page. Destiny's Child's gaze did not change as he flipped through the pages. After flipping through it once, the leader repeated it again and said in a deep voice, "Let him show himself." Destiny's Child finally blinked. The leader took out a special key and opened the Child of Destiny's metal mask. Destiny's Child closed his eyes. After a full 5 minutes, he opened his eyes and slowly said in a hoarse voice, "He will walk right into the trap and come here." The leader's breathing paused. "Time. Not too long. I hope it works this time." Cyberlos shook his head. Destiny's Child's ability would not succeed every time. The smaller the requirement, the higher the success rate. The leader put on the metal mask for Destiny's Child and pushed him back into the pod to sleep again. The guards outside the door carefully poked their heads out and looked at each other in confusion. Why are the leader and Mr. Cyberlos talking to themselves in the air? After staying in the last novice village in the Western continent for 3 days, Han Xiao could not wait to board the plane and leave. His next stop was the Northern continent. The average level of the players was getting closer to LV20, and Han Xiao had to speed up his journey. The sky was full of stars outside the porthole, and the plane flew in the dark clouds. After setting the route, it flew steadily. In the night sky, the galaxy was bright, and it was reflected in Han Xiao's mirror-like eyes, bright and magnificent. Looking at the night sky, Han Xiao would always think of those shining stars, countless civilizations built, and countless opportunities in the depths of the universe. It was extremely lively. Han Xiao knew this very well. Every time he thought of it, he would feel a surge of ambition. The journey of a man is the sea of stars. He had already gained a foothold in the blue star, and this was the starting point. The more trump cards he accumulated here, the more confident he would be. Opening the interface, Han Xiao counted his gains. After staying in the Western continent for more than 10 days, he had obtained a bunch of potions. One of them was a semi-finished potion with unknown effects, but it might be very valuable. He had also gained more connections, such as Dion, 2 superheroes with unknown uses, Hannes, and the others. He had also triggered a hidden main storyline. He had also created the mechanical suit, Viper Modification. Viper Modification could greatly increase his strength and agility attributes, making up for the weakness of a mechanic in the early stages. In Han Xiao's mind, Viper Modification was the second battle plan, and it was still in its early stages. He still had to add new modules to the mechanical suit to increase its combat capabilities. The sniper style was for assassination, kiting, and concealment. Viper Modification was for Han Xiao to fight head-on. In fact, he had already come up with a few modifications in his mind. The biggest gain was the EXP and money from the 4 novice villages. Energy training technique was selling like hotcakes. Just as Han Xiao had expected, the profit it brought him was astronomical. 120 million EXP. Over 100 million EXP. Those who could afford the energy training technique were all players who grew faster. Not everyone could afford it. On the other hand, the class advancement knowledge and basic skills were the most popular, and they were worth an additional 20 million experience points. The EXP accumulated on the interface was 140 million EXP. Looking at the long string of zeros, Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. Even for players of the same level, this amount of EXP was still an astronomical figure. Some players might not even reach this amount of EXP in the entire version 1.0. Awesome. Han Xiaoxin was overjoyed. For a long time in the future, he would not need to worry about EXP. As long as he could solve the two big hurdles of class advancement and class advancement, his level would increase exponentially. He could also level up his skills freely. It would not take much effort for him to level up all his skills except for the blueprints. Most importantly, he could fuse blueprints in large batches to fill up his inventory. Not only did he gain EXP, but he also earned 3,600,000 aquamarine dollars from energy training technique. He also sold 5 recommendation letters, which added up to 4,850,000 EXP, replenishing his wallet. This trip was worth it. Han Xiao rubbed his hands and opened the interface eagerly. The skills that were not maxed out, except for the blueprints, were grappling LV5, precision shooting LV3, special combat LV1, stealth LV, aim while holding your breath LV, night attack LV, precision enhancement LV4, energy electromagnetic enhancement LV1, precision repair LV1, and pickpocket LV. He did not even look at the EXP requirement and directly leveled up all his skills except the blueprints. Inhuman. Your precision shooting has reached LV5. Your sniping has reached LV5. You have learned field control vision. Your grappling has reached LV5. Your special combat has reached LV5. You have learned deadly critical strike. You have gained the talent combat expertise. You have gained the talent shooting expertise. Chapter 201. He had unlocked 2 new abilities and 3 new talents. Among them, Bat Habit was the talent for Night Stalker, after all the abilities were maxed out. Without hesitation, Han Xiao upgraded the new abilities to the highest level as well. Field Control Vision LV 10, plus 15% attack speed, plus 20% range, plus 22% vision. Duration, 13 seconds. Cooldown, 12 minutes. Cost, 300 stamina. Lethal Critical Hit LV 10. Critical hit damage increased from 200% to 250%. For critical hits will be dealt to a target within 2 seconds. There is a 0, 1%, 5% chance of causing a critical hit. Fighting Mastery, plus 5 STR, plus 3 END, plus 6% melee attack, plus 4% parry marksmanship mastery, plus 6 DX, plus 8% firearm attack, plus 4% attack speed bat habit. Vision is not affected by darkness. Able to sense the surroundings through sound. Plus 5% DX when fighting at night. He had spent a total of more than 12 million experience to max out these abilities. Among them, Precision Enhancement and Precision Repair required the most experience. After all, they were the main class abilities of the second stage. The experience on the interface was still massive. With so many of his abilities maxed out, his strength had increased by another 20%. This was especially so for the enhancement and repair abilities, which were the main abilities of the mechanic class. The most noteworthy one was Energy Electromagnetic Enhancement LV1, which increased his machinery affinity by 33% after maxing out. Han Xiao could clearly feel that his understanding of machinery had deepened. The speed and quality of his machinery had both increased greatly. Coincidentally, his class advancement requirement was to create 5 pieces of purple equipment with an energy rank above 60. His ability to create machinery had increased, which would help him complete the class advancement mission. 5 pieces of extremely good quality purple equipment with an energy rank above 60. This was very difficult. The quality of the equipment in Galaxy was not difficult to understand at all. It was actually very similar to Sky Island and the Maiden. Low-quality epic equipment was not as good as high-quality purple equipment, and high-quality weapons were much more valuable. Han Zhao's abilities were maxed out, and he still had a huge amount of experience. As long as he chose a suitable blueprint and maxed it out, the quality of the finished product would increase significantly, and his success rate would be 7 to 8 times higher than before. Han Zhao thought for a while and decided to fuse the blueprints first to expand his options. With hundreds of millions of experience points, he could easily fuse the basic knowledge. However, he did not simply combine them. He only combined the machines that he felt were reliable. After all, there were too many possibilities of combining 15 pieces of knowledge. Every time he repeated them, it would double. If he did not control it, hundreds of millions of experience points would not be enough to fill this bottomless pit. After merging dozens of times and consuming millions of EXP, Han Zhao obtained dozens of new blueprints. They were all in different branches and had different uses. After careful selection, he decided on 3 machines for his class change mission. Compounded magnetic chain, split blades, iron fist, mounted heavy mechanical arm, detachable, small mobile jet propulsion system. Not only did these 3 items fit the criteria, but they were also items that Han Zhao felt he could use. Compounded magnetic chain split blades was a weapon that was similar to the magnetically controlled retractable armor. The main body was a circular metal plate with a magnetic core, and the other parts were a few separate magnetized blades. By injecting electromagnetic energy into the core, the magnetic chain would be activated and the weapon would change from a scattered state to an activated state. The blades would float around the core, and they would attract each other if they were more than a certain distance away from each other. If they were too close, they would repel each other, which created the possibility of mid-range attacks. The operation of the compounded magnetic chain split blades was very complicated and unique. Energy was used to adjust the structure of the magnetic chain, changing the blades into different shapes. With different hand gestures, one could control the blades to perform all kinds of attacks and defenses. Just like the magnetically controlled retractable armor, it required practice. Normally, the blades would be separated and could be stored in different pockets. Once they were used, they would be glued together, making it easier to carry and hide. It was suitable to be equipped with Viper. This was also a super equipment that required energy, a mechanical pugilist equipment. Iron fist, mounted heavy mechanical arm, detachable, was another type of mechanical arm. Different from the light mechanical arm, the heavy mechanical arm was huge, a few times larger than his arm. The power source was the internal motor and engine. Due to its huge size, it required a lot of strength. Han Zhao had to equip Viper to reach the required strength requirement. Han Zhao was interested in the detachable feature of this equipment. When necessary, he could use it to equip Viper to form a more powerful form. Small mobile jet propulsion system was a device that looked like a belt. It could eject gas to allow the user to jump in the air. The fuel was very expensive. The belt had a tight-fitting mechanism, so it would not be like an air jet backpack, where the user would still be in the same spot after the backpack was thrown out. The recoil would be a burden to the body, but Han Zhao was immune to it with his endurance. The biggest use of this device for him was that it would make him more agile. He would be able to turn in the air and complete all kinds of maneuvers. It was very mobile. These 3 machines were the projects that he had chosen to make purple equipment. He felt that equipping the mechanical suit with melee weapons would complement the sniping style. The blueprints for the other turrets, mines, guns, and bombs were not suitable for purple equipment, so they did not increase much. Han Zhao directly increased the level of these 3 blueprints to the maximum level. He spent more than 1 million experience points, which was nothing to him. The materials on the plane are not enough. Han Zhao looked at his inventory. He did not replenish them in the Western continent. He thought for a while and decided to use the maximum level of precision enhancement modification to strengthen his existing equipment. While he was busy on the aircraft bed, the plane flew at a uniform speed toward its destination, the northern continent. 1 day later, the plane landed on the coastline of the northern continent. Han Zhao walked out of the plane. The cold air surrounded him, and goosebumps appeared on his skin. The northern continent was cold, and a breath of air was cold to the lungs. Han Xiao rubbed his hands and exhaled a mouthful of hot air. He opened the map and muttered, "There are also 4 novice villages in the northern continent. I have to speed up. The most advanced players are about to advance." Time was tight. After the pilot filled the tank, Han Xiao urged them to set off. They soon arrived at the first novice village in the northern continent and were warmly welcomed. The players in the northern continent had been looking forward to his arrival. They saw the players in the western continent showing off on the forum every day. They were envious and looked forward to it. It was finally their turn to show off. Of course, the players in the southern continent felt even worse. Needless to say, Han Xiao stayed where he was. The players lined up to give him money and experience points. Their faces were full of joy, and the numbers on the interface kept rising. Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd. Hao Tian stepped out, and the players around him spontaneously made a path for him. "I'm here to buy a letter of recommendation," Hao Tian said. Han Xiao looked up and had a thought. He recognized Hao Tian, a pro-god who was on par with Li Ge. Hao Tian paid the money and took the letter of recommendation. He was expressionless the whole time. He turned around and left after receiving the mission without hesitation. At this time, the whispers of the players around entered Han Xiao's ears. Didn't Hao Tian complete all the missions in the novice village? I remember he left the day before yesterday. No, I saw him come back with my own eyes. He stayed for 2 more days, probably to wait for Black Phantom's mission. It's a loss for a pro player to waste 2 days. To get Black Phantom's mission, if it were me, I would wait for 10 days. Han Zhao's eyes flashed as he thought to himself, Hao Tian seems like a good choice. Chapter 202. Including Hao Tian, Han Xiao had contacted a few professional players in the northern continent and sent them out for missions. He gave the pro player his phone number and email. After completing the mission, he had to send all the details over. Only then would the mission be considered complete. This way, he could pass his own mission judgment. If there was a mission item that he needed to give to Hannes, he would have to personally take a plane to get it. However, compared to doing it himself, it saved him a lot of time. He could command the strong players to help him complete the mission and reap the benefits. Among the professional players who came to accept the mission, there were many strong players from his previous life, and Hao Tian was one of the best. Although Han Xiao had high hopes for Hao Tian, since he said that he would only treat him differently after he completed the mission, he was not in a hurry. In the northern continent, Han Technician rushed to the novice village and spent most of his time on the road. During the journey, Han Xiao used the max-level precision enhancement modification to upgrade his equipment, and its attributes increased slightly. He also tried to create the 3 pieces of equipment that he had chosen, and the results were satisfactory. The first time he created it, the quality was blue. After more practice, there was a chance for him to reach purple equipment. The players at level 19 had already appeared, and with Han Zhao's current efficiency, he could complete all the novice villages in the northern continent before the first player advanced. As for the Andria continent, Han Xiao felt that it was too late, but he did not want to go to Andria anyway. That was the Germinal organization's base camp, a dangerous place. Furthermore, the players were forced to leave the novice village by the Germinal organization. To him, the risks were far greater than the benefits. At this time, in the Blue Star section of the forum, the Northern Continent players were the happiest, and the Andria players were the second most excited. In their opinion, after Black Phantom finished running through the Northern Continent, it would be their turn next. This is awkward. Han Xiao was helpless. The weather in the Northern Continent was cold, and the main terrain was snowy plains and icebergs. Thin snow floated in the air, and the towering mountains in the distance were shrouded in clouds. The boundary between the dark green mountains and the snow was clear. The third novice village was called Frostpine Village. It was located in a frozen forest valley. The vast expanse of white forest was filled with ferocious northern beasts. The plane landed outside the forest. Han Xiao trekked through the forest with his electromagnetic hover shoes and headed towards Frostpine Town according to the radar. The distant roars of beasts could be heard from time to time, reminding Han Shao that there were many beasts in the northern continent, and there was no lack of high-level beasts. I remember there's an ice field where the ice claw bears are high-level monsters. They're between level 53 and level 56, and they're not elites or bosses. I can get lethal shot there, Han Shao thought to himself. That ice field was a bit far, so Han Shao planned to go there after he finished running the novice village. While looking at the map, he noticed something else. The Overmera family's territory was not far from Frostpine Town. Not long after, Frostpine Town appeared in his line of sight. Han Shao composed himself, slowed down his pace, and walked over. In the forest 100 meters away from Frostpine Town, a dozen people were sitting in a circle. They were all wearing combat suits, guns, and daggers. They were organizing their equipment. They were a combat team from the Overmera. They were ordered to capture some inhumans in Frostpine Town and bring them back for research. Captain Keaton had a ferocious look on his face. He held a handmade cigarette in his mouth and pulled the bolt of his gun. He said in a rough voice, "The battle plan is clear. Don't make any mistakes. Don't worry. It's just a group of inhumans. If they dare to resist..." Keaton patted the grenades on his waist. "Don't be stingy with these little things. Blast them into charcoal." Everyone laughed. Also, these inhumans look no different from normal people. Don't catch the wrong people. Keaton looked at his watch and asked everyone to stand up. "Organize your equipment. Follow my signal." At this time, a figure walked past on a small path outside the forest. One of the team members pointed and whispered, "Captain, there's a passerby there. Is he an inhuman?" "I think so. There are many beasts in this forest. Only inhumans would move alone. Catch this lone inhuman, and we'll complete the mission." Everyone was eager to try, but after waiting for a few seconds, they realized that their captain didn't respond. They turned around and were shocked. The ferocious Keaton's face was now pale with fear. His lips were trembling unnaturally, and his cigarette fell to the ground. "What's wrong?" One of the team members didn't understand. Keaton's throat moved up and down. He hurriedly said, "Cancel the plan. Leave this place immediately." "Why?" Everyone was shocked. "That's not an inhuman," Keaton said angrily. He's Black Phantom. He just had a conflict with the family not long ago." "Black Phantom?" Everyone was shocked. They looked at the road to confirm, but they realized that the road was empty. The figure had disappeared without them knowing. Then, they heard an unfamiliar voice coming from behind them. "I think I heard you call me." Everyone froze and turned around mechanically. A figure in black was standing behind Keaton, looking at them curiously. A chill ran down their spines. Keaton's hair stood on end. He didn't notice how Han Shao got behind him. The sound just now was like thunder to him. He was so scared that his heart twitched. It was so cold, but he was so nervous that he was sweating. Han Shao raised his eyebrows. He had felt the presence of people from afar. These armed men were so nervous in front of him. They probably knew who he was and didn't have good intentions. "Are you going to say it yourself? Or do you want me to help you? You could try lying." Han Shao curled his finger. 7 scattered blades suddenly flew out from the pockets on his waist and legs. They floated in the air and aimed at the vital parts of Keaton's body. Compounded, split magnetic chain, split blade, blue quality, attack power 34 to 92, super equipment. The slashing power of the blades depends on the amount of energy used. It can be shaped into all kinds of weapon shapes, and its attack speed is very high. The equipment comes with the skill, revolving slash. All the blades cut like a clown throwing a ball. It can cause high speed and high damage. Before level 60, it can be considered a melee weapon. In the eyes of the players, this thing can be considered a godly weapon in the early game. Han Shao had spent millions of experience to get this blueprint. The cold light in front of Keaton made his scalp numb. He quickly told Han Shao the identity of the team and the mission, not daring to hide anything. They were from Overmera. Han Zhao's eyes flashed. He knew why these people were afraid of him. Last time in Green Valley Town, he helped Liu Cheng attack Overmera's territory and formed a grudge with Overmera. However, he saw rumors on the dark net that Overmera wanted to take revenge on Liu Cheng, but they didn't mention anything about him. I should be enemies with them. Are they afraid of me? Han Shao suddenly became interested. He put away the compounded split magnetic chain split blades and said, "Go back and tell your leader that I will visit him soon." Keaton's tense nerves relaxed. He didn't dare to turn around and look at Han Shao. He quickly ran away, and his team members quickly followed. After running for a few hundred meters, Keaton stopped. He turned around and confirmed that Black Phantom was not chasing him. He then let out a long sigh of relief. He was sweating like he was just fished out of water. His heart was still beating violently. "Captain, what do we do?" Everyone still had fear on their faces. "Let's go back and tell the leaders about this." Keaton gulped. "Black Phantom came to the North Continent and wants to visit us?" The leader of Overmera, Dalat, opened his eyes wide like an angry bear. He yelled, "We didn't even look for him, and he dares to come to us first. He doesn't respect us at all. I'm going to kill him." The three-headed leader, Sei Chi, was a Sharnik. He had dark brown skin and a muscular body. He said in a muffled voice, "Don't be impulsive. He's not someone to be trifled with. He dares to come to us alone, so he must be fearless." Dilat stared at him. "Xiao Jin, what do you think?" Xiao Jin adjusted his monocle and said calmly, "He only said that he wants to visit. If he wants to deal with us, he doesn't need to inform us. We can contact him first and see his attitude. Maybe Black Phantom doesn't plan to do anything." Chapter 203. Frostpine Town was a poor beginner settlement. Poor meant that there were many missions. Although the equipment of the players here was shabby, the experience points were quite high. Many players came to buy skills, and some even came to take pictures with them. Han Shao was the center of attention. Wherever he went, there would be a crowd. After a day, Han Shao left Frostpine Town, returned to the plane, and headed to the Overmera family. Of course, he did not have a sense of belonging to his original body's family, but he could not help but be curious about his original body, so he decided to ask around. Furthermore, Alamera was still hunting for his original identity, so Han Shao was very interested in getting in touch with him. The Overmera family, a warlord tycoon in the northern continent, has a cooperative relationship with Theseus. They have 24 settlements in the world, 5 of which are large territories. They are very rich and registered as a legal financial group in Theseus. They are involved in business and politics, and each industry is managed by different factions. There are 4 main factions in the Overmera. Dilat Overmera's home faction, the second leader Xiao Jin's Xiao faction, the third leader Sei Chi's Red Island faction, and the relatively loose local alliance Northern School. The Overmera is a warlord force formed by the forces of the fallen country. The home faction is in charge of the overall situation, and the other factions are under the banner. They swallowed many loose warlords and became one of the most powerful warlords in the northern continent. After that, they accepted Theseus' offer of amnesty and obtained an official background. In recent years, they have not made any big moves. They are basically helping Theseus solve some difficult problems, especially Raylan. The situation in the northern continent was different. It was not as peaceful as other countries. The conflict between Theseus and Raylan was very intense, and there were often bloody incidents. The soldiers, agents, and supers of the 2 countries fought in secret battlefields. The hatred was deeply rooted. Both Theseus and Raylan were very aggressive countries, and there was no room for 2 tigers on one mountain. In the 20 to 30 years since the beginning of the new era, the 2 countries were always trying to get rid of each other. Until recently, when they decided to join forces to attack the German organization, the 2 sides finally stopped. Han Shao muttered, "The Overmera's headquarters is a tiger's den. Although the Overmera are afraid of my identity and strength, it is because of their large business. Strictly speaking, I am now their enemy, and we might fight." A large settlement was located halfway up a snow-covered mountain range. This was the headquarters of the Overmera. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. There were only 2 ways to enter the settlement. The first was through the heavily guarded mountain road. The second was to climb up the cliff on the other side of the settlement. It was also guarded. The mountain rocks were dark green, the snow was white, and the cold wind was bone-chilling. At the mountain pass, a sentry in a thick coat looked around. Suddenly, he saw a figure slowly approaching in the snowstorm. Someone is approaching. The sentry ordered his companions to be on guard. Soon, the full appearance of the figure appeared in their sight. The sentry's face froze. It was the black phantom that the leaders had ordered them to pay special attention to. Looking at the tall and heavily guarded mountain pass, Han Zhao's eyes flashed. It was indeed, as the intelligence said, very heavily guarded. He just did not know what the Overmare's attitude toward him was. He soon had an answer to his question. After waiting for a while, the mountain pass opened. A small team surrounded a man and walked in front of Han Zhao. The man put on a fake smile and said, "Mr. Black Phantom, welcome to the Overmare. My name is Ummel, and I am here to welcome you. Please follow me up the mountain. The leaders have been waiting for a long time." Well, it looks like they will not start fighting immediately. Judging from the way they talk, it feels like they're going to have a banquet. Sigh, so troublesome. Why can't they use the simplest and most violent means to solve it? This is not called violence. This is returning to the basics, skipping the process, and going straight to the last step to save everyone's energy. Time is money. Sigh, since I'm already here. Han Technician lifted the single-shoulder backpack full of machines and followed Ummel up the mountain path. The mountain path was shrouded in clouds as they passed through one mountain pass after another. The two of them were accompanied by guards. Along the way, Han Zhao's face was always dark. Ummel wanted to test him many times, but he was forced to swallow his words by Han Zhao's expression. After thinking for a long time, he braced himself and said, "The leaders were very surprised to hear that you were coming to visit. After all, we had some unpleasantness not long ago. You are very curious about why I am here? Indeed. Strictly speaking, we are not friends, but since you are here personally, I believe you are here with a friendly goal," Ummel said. "I am here to cause trouble. I haven't chosen who to kill yet. Why don't I start with you?" Han Zhao said. Hee, with your strength, why do you need to visit if you want to assassinate our middle-level officers?" Ummel's expression did not change. "This joke is not funny, is it?" Han Zhao glanced at the guards beside him. These soldiers were expressionless, and their fingers never left the trigger. They had a cold and masculine posture. However, the cold sweat flowing down from their temples and their short breaths revealed that they were not as calm as they appear to be. The captain of the guards secretly glanced over, and Han Zhao instantly caught it. The captain was so scared that he quickly looked away. But they seemed to find it interesting. Han Zhao smiled and patted the captain's shoulder. He could clearly feel the captain's body tense up for a moment. Ummel smiled, but he cursed in his heart. He did not come with good intentions. He is fearless. I can't figure out his intentions. Han Zhao narrowed his eyes and suddenly asked, "Ummel, that's your name, right? Which faction are you from? Home faction or something else?" Ummel's expression became unnatural. He coughed and said, "I am a member of the Overmare family. That's all." Han Zhao smiled and did not say anything else. The two were silent until the territory gate appeared in front of them. Ummel was relieved and said, "We are here. The leaders are waiting for you in the hall." The gate opened, and hundreds of soldiers walked out. The advantage in numbers seemed to have given them confidence. They stared at Han Zhao fiercely. Ummel led the way at the front. He walked very slowly on purpose and stayed in the middle of the armed forces for a long time. He wanted to intimidate Black Phantom. Han Xiaoxi knew this, but he did not care. This trick was useless against him. Suddenly, his eyes moved. He saw some floating IDs outside the crowd. There were players here. That's right. Overmare is not far from Frostpine Town. Some players who left the novice village have a chance to come here. Han Zhao narrowed his eyes. Since Overmare already has players, why would they send people to catch Inhumans? There were many possibilities, but Han Zhao did not think much about it. The purpose of this trip was Overmare. It did not matter if the players were here or not. Why are these soldiers gathering? Far away, a dozen players stared at the crowd and discussed softly. Their IDs all had Bamboo Rain. They were all members of Bamboo Rain, a small casual guild with only a few dozen members, and they were all young people. The guild leader, Bamboo Rain Fragrance, was a beautiful girl with long hair. She said in surprise, "They seem to be welcoming someone. Is this an emergency? Let's go and take a look. Maybe we can trigger a mission." Bamboo Rainfly was a little handsome. After he finished speaking, he asked for the opinions of the team members. Of course, no one objected. Only the Bamboo Rain Guild players were in this settlement. They had found this place by chance. The maps sold in the novice village did not indicate this place. The players' interface maps were all foggy. Only when they bought the map or went to the place personally would they be able to light up more places. As they approached the crowd, Bamboo Rain Shin exclaimed, "That's Black Phantom!" Everyone was shocked. They looked at each other and realized that it was Black Phantom. Why would Black Phantom come here? And the people here seemed to be hostile toward him. Bamboo Rain Fragrance frowned and said, "He was still in the novice villages a few days ago. There must be a reason why he suddenly came here." Bamboo Rain Shin's eyes lit up. "This is an emergency plot. Maybe there will be a hidden mission. I'm lucky. I haven't seen Black Phantom before. I don't need to go to the novice village to learn skills from him." I remember that some of the video hosts are collecting his material. Seeing Han Xiao walk into the hall, everyone stopped in their tracks. The hall was a high-level area that was not open to them. It required a high-faction relationship. Black Phantom could enter directly, so they were helpless. Chapter 204. The structure of the hall made Han Xiao think of words like Hall of Brotherhood and Emperor. The hall was spacious, and there were rows of chairs on both sides. At the end of the hall was a main seat with a white bear skin hanging on it, and there were guards standing by the wall. At this time, the hall was filled with Overmara's top management, and they all turned to look at Han Xiao. Dozens of eyes gathered together, and coldness and hostility flashed in their eyes. Han Xiao suddenly came, and in the eyes of many of the top management, he did not come with good intentions. Most of them did not want to meet the suspected legendary assassin in person. They had heard all kinds of stories about Han Xiao, and they knew that he was unpredictable. They did not know what he would do, but Xiao Jin said that since he was a killer, it was safer to meet him in the open. There were also guards in the hall, and the guards were ready to shoot at any time. Many superhuman guards were also hiding in the dark, providing some sense of security to the top management of Overmara. Black Phantom. Dilat snorted from the main seat and waved his hand. "Give him a seat." A guard moved a chair and put it in the middle of the hall, facing Overmara's people, as if it was a trial. Han Xiaoxi knew that this was Overmara's show of strength. He came to their territory alone, and Overmara did not want to lose. Han Xiao did not care. He put the huge shoulder bag beside his feet, sat down steadily, and said, "Aren't you going to introduce yourselves?" Dilat said lightly, "Don't pretend. You must have checked our information through the dark net." Han Xiao glanced at the Overmara's members in the hall and found something interesting. The positions of these top management were very clear. The home school sat around Dilat, while Xiao Jin, Sei Qi, and the northern school sat in their own area. This detail told him that Overmara's internal conflicts were not small. Also, there were a few strong auras hidden around. Han Xiao estimated that if the negotiations broke down, it would be the scene of 300 executioners. Of course, it was useless against him. Han Zhao's attention was mostly on Xiao Jin and his people, secretly sizing them up. These people were the family of the original owner of this body, and they almost killed the original owner of this body. Bang! Suddenly, Dilat fiercely slapped the armrest of his chair and shouted, "You attacked our territory in Green Valley Town and killed our people. How do you explain this?" The atmosphere suddenly became tense. The few powerful auras were ready to make a move, but the other factions were indifferent. Only the home faction was full of hostility. Han Xiao remembered that he had also killed one of Xiao Jin's adopted sons, but Xiao Jin was expressionless at this time, so he couldn't tell what he was thinking. "So be it. If you don't like it, then do it." Han Xiao smiled faintly. Dilat couldn't believe that Han Xiao dared to be so arrogant in his territory. He was stunned for a second before his face turned furious, and he shouted, "You!" Before he could finish, Han Shao suddenly said coldly, "You colluded with the German organization. Not only me, but the Six Nations will not let you go." Everyone was stunned. Colluding with the German organization. When did this happen? Delot swallowed his anger and said, "What are you talking about? We have never colluded with the German organization." Han Shao said, "The German organization put a bounty on Zero, and he was once a family member. How do you explain this?" Delot finally understood why Black Phantom attacked them for no reason. It was because he mistakenly thought that they were related to the German organization. At that time, the team that was searching for Shao Han was passing by Green Valley Town and might have been discovered by Black Phantom. Delot had heard that Black Phantom and the German organization were enemies, and he felt that he finally found the crux of the problem. He shook his head and said, "You are wrong. The Zero with the bounty is the son of the second leader, Shao Jin Shao Han." Shao Jin frowned and glanced at Delot with a meaningful look. Delot continued, "But Shao Han is no longer related to the Overmera. Furthermore, a German organization put a bounty on Shao Han, which means that we are enemies, so it is impossible for us to collude with the German organization." It seemed that the Overmera wanted to cut off all ties. Han Zhao's eyes flashed, and he slowly tried to sound him out. He pretended to be serious and said, "I believe that with the German organization's intelligence network, they will definitely find out that Shao Han is one of your people. You're the biggest clue. Would the German organization not contact you?" Delot's face froze, but he forced himself to say, "They have not contacted us." "You think I will believe that? Will the Six Nations intelligence agencies believe that?" Han Shao said calmly, "There are many suspicious points. I can only think that you are helping the German organization find their wanted criminal. It is even possible that the wanted criminal was purposely sent by you to do things for the German organization." Delot frowned. "That is not the case at all. There's more to it." "I would like to hear the so-called more to it." Han Shao was fearless, and this attitude made Delot grit his teeth. For the sake of the big picture, he had to cut off all ties with the German organization. Now that the war between the Six Nations and the German organization was about to start, if there was a misunderstanding at this point, the Overmera would fall into a harsh winter. Although Han Shao came alone, Delot did not dare to act rashly. With Black Phantom's strength and identity, his visit might have been ordered by the Dark Net. If he killed him, he would become an enemy of the Dark Net, and it would prove that he was colluding with the German organization. Most importantly, Black Phantom was unfathomable, and the people at the headquarters did not have the confidence to kill him, so it was not worth the risk. Therefore, at this moment, Delot could only tolerate Han Zhao's arrogant attitude. He glared at Shao Jin, thinking that everything was caused by Shao Jin. He rolled his eyes and said loudly, "Okay, Chief Shao, tell me the details." Shao Jin glanced at Delot, turned his head, and said, "Shao Hai, tell me." A handsome young man walked out from behind Shao Jin, and his face was a little gloomy. Shao Hai, Shao Jin's most outstanding eldest son, was in charge of some of the Shao faction's affairs. He was a person with real power, and Shao Jin had groomed him as a successor. Shao Hai said calmly, "More than a year ago, I was escorting a supply convoy and was attacked midway. Shao Han went missing at that time, and his whereabouts were unknown. I have no idea what happened to him after that." At this time, a leader of the Northern School said, "Tell us more in detail. Our esteemed guest doesn't seem to believe it." Shao Hai coldly snorted and said, "The attackers were targeting me. Shao Han is my younger brother. I made him dress up as me and used him as bait to attract their attention. Only then was I able to successfully escape. After that, I brought new troops back to the battlefield to search, but I couldn't find his whereabouts." Han Shao raised his eyebrows. "So you asked your younger brother to die for you. Was he willing? What do you think?" Shao Hai was impatient. Everyone whispered and looked at Shao Hai with all kinds of meanings. Delot said, "That's how it is. We can show more evidence. Whether you believe it or not, we have nothing to do with the German organization." Han Shao nodded. He had already gotten the information he wanted, the experience of the original owner and the attitude of the original owner's family. When the original owner was mentioned, the people of the Xiao faction were indifferent, as if he was a stranger. Especially Xiao Hai, who did not feel guilty about killing his younger brother, and Xiao Jin did not have any dissatisfaction. In conclusion, the original owner was an insignificant character that was not loved by anyone. Everyone treated him like air. You sure are miserable, Han Xiao thought to himself. Chapter 205. Xiao Jin suddenly said, "My adopted son died in your hands." Han Xiaoxin was moved and said, "This is a private matter, Chief Xiao. Let's talk about it in private." "Sure." Xiao Jin nodded. Everyone's eyes flickered. Black Phantom's answer to the same thing was completely different. D-Lot showed dissatisfaction, but did not say anything. Han Xiao turned to D-Lot and said, "It's getting late. Do you mind if I stay for the night?" "Xiao Jin, you entertain him." Dismissed. D-Lot suddenly stood up and walked away. Everyone walked past Han Xiao with different expressions. An Asian man walked over and smiled. "My name is Xiao Ming, Chief Zhao's adopted son. I'm in charge of your living arrangements. Please follow me." Han Xiao looked around. Ummel, who had brought him here, was nowhere to be found. He thought to himself, Overmera's internal conflicts are very serious. Thinking about it, the undercurrent in the hall was the best evidence. With a lot on his mind, Han Xiao walked out of the hall and suddenly saw a dozen players surrounding him. They were all from the Bamboo Rain Guild. With excited expressions, Bamboo Rain Xian turned on the recording function. "We want to learn skills," Bamboo Rain Xian said. Han Xiao naturally would not reject the opportunity to earn EXP. He opened the skill tab. Xiao Ming beside him asked in surprise, "You know them?" He shook his head. Black Phantom seems to be very popular among the Inhumans. The Overmera members passing by noticed this and were shocked. The Bamboo Rain Guild wanted to try to trigger a mission, but Han Xiao did not interact with them. He stopped for a few seconds and walked away. It's a sudden storyline, but there's no mission. Flying Bamboo Rain was confused. Bamboo Rain Xian said, "The material I recorded doesn't seem to have any explosive points." Xiao Ming arranged a room for him. Although Han Zhao's attitude during the day made many of the upper echelons angry, it also explained the origin of the hostility, so the atmosphere was not as tense as before. Nighttime. In the name of discussing compensation, Xiao Jin invited Han Xiao to his mansion as a guest. When he arrived, Han Xiao realized that Xiao Jin's children were all there, including Xiao Hai and some other siblings. However, Xiao Jin's adopted son was not there. In private, Xiao Jin was as expressionless and unpredictable as he was during the day. Han Xiao sized up Xiao Jin and his children. These people were also sizing him up. "What kind of compensation do you want?" Han Xiao retracted his gaze and smiled faintly. It's his bad luck that he died. Xiao Jin's expression was indifferent. To him, an adopted son was just an assistant and a tool. "Then why did you invite me?" Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. There's no harm in getting to know a famous assassin. Han Xiao could not understand Xiao Jin's intentions. Maybe it was just to get to know him, or maybe there was another purpose. However, he was interested in interacting more with the original owner's family to get some information. The few of them chatted casually, and the topics were all over the place. Xiao Hai and the other siblings chimed in from time to time, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Xiao Hai was the leader of the siblings. The other siblings' words were somewhat respectful, but Xiao Hai's attitude was indifferent, as if it was natural. Unknowingly, they had chatted for more than an hour. Han Xiao frowned slightly and suddenly said, "I'm very interested in Xiao Han. Why don't you tell me more about him?" The atmosphere suddenly became cold. Xiao Jin put down the cup and slowly said, "He's my son. He's always been very incompetent. I didn't expect him to become a wanted criminal of the Germinal organization." Xiao Hai snorted. "I thought he was dead for sure. A scourge lives for 1,000 years, only causing trouble for us." Han Xiao pointed at himself. "Are you saying that I'm trouble?" Xiao Hai sneered. "Are you not?" Xiao Jin coughed and ordered him to leave. "It's getting late. It is quite late. Han Xiao stood up and left. Xiao Ming brought him back to the room. When he entered the door, he passed a document to him and said, "This is Xiao Han's information. Father told me to give it to you." Han Xiao nodded. As soon as he entered the room, he immediately checked the room thoroughly. Before he left, there were 3 surveillance cameras, and now there was one more. He shook his head and continued to use the program to crack it. After doing all this, he flipped through the file and had a deeper understanding of the original body. He was an insignificant character, and he had never heard of this NPC Xiao Han in his previous life. Sigh. Han Xiao shook his head. The purpose of contacting Overmera was to understand the original body, and his goal had been achieved. He did not care about Overmera's attitude and structure because it had nothing to do with him. As for the so-called hostility, it was just to show that he was tough. Originally, Overmera did not want to be enemies with Han Xiao. Han Xiao only killed people in their headquarters because he had nothing better to do. It was not good to have an enemy for no reason. It was not good to fight and kill every day. It was better to grow flowers and plants. I wonder how the people of Overmera will react when they know that I am Xiao Han. He had a wicked thought. He put away the file, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes to rest. He planned to leave in the morning. Midnight, Dilat's mansion. It's all because of that bastard Xiao Jin that Overmera was involved in this unfortunate matter. That bastard has no scruples about expanding his influence. He obviously wants to seize power. Northern School is my people. Seichi's Red Island faction has always been neutral. What does he have to fight with me? Dilat gritted his teeth. When the Alamera family was first established, they were very harmonious internally. But when their influence snowballed, conflict started to appear. They were not worried about the scarcity, but the imbalance. The home faction was the one in charge, so they gained the most benefits and were at the center of the storm. Although all the factions seemed to be obedient on the surface, they all had ulterior motives and wanted to seize power. Fortunately, after so many years of cooperation, they did not dare to make too big of a move. It was unlikely that there would be bloodshed. Even if there was, it would be secretly planned. Xiao Jin was the biggest threat. Dilat secretly sent people to attack Xiao Jin in order to get rid of Xiao Jin's successor. Unfortunately, they failed and only killed an insignificant Xiao Han. However, more than a year later, Xiao Han, who did not care about anyone at that time, actually became a wanted criminal of the germinal organization and brought a terrifying enemy like Black Phantom to the family. Now that Dilat thought about it, he regretted it. At this time, Dilat's son, Lagos, walked in and said, "Father, Black Phantom left Xiao Jin's mansion and met for 1 hour and 37 minutes. Meeting Black Phantom in private without me. Xiao Jin is getting bolder and bolder." Dilat was furious. "What do we do? Do we just let Black Phantom leave? Don't mess with him. But he dares to be so arrogant in our territory." Lagos was indignant. "I said don't touch him." Dilat slammed the table and roared, "Get out." Lagos clenched his teeth, closed the door, and walked out. The moment he turned around, his face became gloomy. At dawn, a commotion woke up Han Xiao, who was in a light sleep. He jumped up from his bed and looked out the window. He saw the Alamera members yelling and shouting as they ran in a certain direction. What happened? Han Xiao was confused. Footsteps approached quickly, and dozens of soldiers surrounded the room with guns. A captain yelled, "Black Phantom, don't move." The soldiers' mission was to control him, and they looked nervous. They could fire at any time. Han Xiao saw more people running in another direction. "Looks like something happened, and it's not targeting me." Han Xiao narrowed his eyes and observed. After a while, the captain seemed to have received an order and yelled, "Come with us." Han Xiao also wanted to know what happened, so he followed the nervous soldiers to Dilat's mansion. At this time, the crowd was so crowded that not even a drop of water could pass through. The leaders of the various factions were all there, and they all looked at Han Xiao with fear and anger. This made him confused. After walking into the mansion, Han Xiao finally knew what had happened. In the office, Dilat was sitting on the chair with his head up. There was a deep bullet hole in his left eye, and there was a cavity at the back of his head. There was a pool of blood on the wooden floor, and the smell of blood was pungent. The corpse's hands were dangling, and his legs were supporting him onto the table. The leader of Overmera was assassinated. Cause of death, gunshot wound. The bullet entered through the eye, went through the brain, and pierced through the back of the head. He died on the spot. From the caliber of the bullet, the murderer used a large caliber pistol. The leader did not show any signs of resistance, and the clues scattered at the scene did not show that the murderer was here. Han Shao suddenly understood why the others were looking at him that way. Daryl had died last night, and as an uninvited killer, he was obviously the most suspicious. Furthermore, the weapon used by the murderer was also a large caliber pistol. His assassination method was very similar to that of a ghost like him. Everything was too coincidental. This was a premeditated framing. Chapter 206. Layers of soldiers surrounded them from both inside and outside. All the higher-ups had different expressions. The home faction was furious, and their killing intent was awe-inspiring. Xiao Jin and the others frowned, looking very confused. Seichi's Red Island faction and the North faction were shocked, not daring to believe it. Catch him. Lagos's face was twisted. Xiao Jin frowned and interrupted. There is something fishy about this. Black Phantom came to visit openly. There is no need for him to do something like this. What if he wants to mislead us? A leader of the northern school said. Then why did he visit us? It's better to assassinate us secretly. Xiao Jin said. Our defense is tight. He wants to enter our base smoothly. Someone said, he's the murderer. Why are you still finding excuses for him? Lagos was agitated. He pulled out his gun and pointed it at Han Shao. Seichi quickly pulled him back. Calm down. Black Phantom has no motive to do this. Motive? Lagos looked ferocious. He stared at Xiao Jin and gritted his teeth. No motive? Xiao Jin frowned. You think too much. The people of Northern School and the home sect were in cahoots. They wanted to control Black Phantom, who was the biggest suspect, first and then investigate the clues. Seichi felt that Black Phantom was too dangerous. He suggested to question Han Shao on the spot. Lagos immediately stopped him. He felt that Black Phantom's words could not be trusted. They could not agree. A large number of soldiers surrounded Han Shao. Several powerful auras secretly locked onto him. When the Overmera leaders were arguing, their attention was always on Han Shao. Once there was any movement, they would immediately take action. Han Shao thought to himself, framing me will provoke a conflict between the Overmera and the Darknet. Only the third party can benefit from it. Is this the intention of the mastermind? If I start a massacre, I will fall into his trap. It's all to put me in this troublesome situation. Han Shao could escape at any time. He did not care about angering the Overmera, but this was exactly what the mastermind wanted. Escaping was equivalent to admitting to being the scapegoat. Killing people would make enemies, and it was impossible for him to surrender. It seemed that the mastermind's plan was successful. I've only been here for a day, and he can already fake an assassination method similar to mine. There must be a superhuman who is good at assassination. My arrival gave them the opportunity. Unless the real culprit was found, no matter how many reasons there were to say that there was no need for him to do so, without solid evidence, he was still the most suspicious person. After all, it was hard to tell what was in a person's heart. If one did not know everything and completely understand the other party, logic could not be used as an absolute basis. Wait, evidence. Han Shao had a flash of inspiration. Dalat had just been assassinated, and the Overmera people had not thoroughly investigated the scene. The killer might have left some clues at the scene. At this time, the discussion among the leaders came to a conclusion. Lagos said angrily, Black Phantom, surrender. Xiao Jin added, if you did not do it, we will investigate thoroughly. Han Shao smiled. You know that's impossible. Why don't you surrender? Both parties could not trust each other, so it was impossible for them to take the risk and disarm. This was a difficult situation to solve. However, Han Shao had an idea and said, there's no point in this stalemate. I can stay here temporarily. You can send people to monitor me 24 hours a day. I'll wait for you to investigate the truth." Han Xiao was curious about who framed him, and he felt that this was going to be fun. "This is one way," Sei Chi said hurriedly. He did not want a conflict to break out. Before Legos could say anything, someone in the crowd opened fire. Han Xiao reacted quickly, and the magnetically controlled retractable armor appeared on his body, and the bullet was deflected. However, this made the nervous soldiers lose control and open fire. Open fire. A conflict broke out. "Someone shot me." Han Zhao's eyes darkened. The situation was chaotic, but he saw who it was, a normal soldier. Bullets came from all directions, and Han Xiao could only deal with them first. The strengthened, magnetically controlled retractable armor had excellent defense. Sparks flew everywhere, but no one could break through his defense. The energy in his body surged, and he infused it into a round piece of metal on his glove, activating the compounded magnetic chain split blades. 7 blades flew out of his pocket and swept out like a tornado. Silver light flashed everywhere, and many soldiers had their gun barrels cut off. They were so scared that they hurriedly stepped back and bumped into their comrades who were surrounding them. The enemy's firepower weakened, and just as Han Xiao was about to rush toward the soldier who shot him, the superhuman guards, hiding in the dark, made their move. Boom! Suddenly, flames exploded in the crowd. It was not just one, but 4. 3 pugilists, and 1 esper who could turn into a flaming man, all pounced toward Han Xiao. The fists wrapped in flames smashed down fiercely. Boom! The ground where Han Xiao was originally standing on cracked rapidly, and the wall cracked at the same time. Han Xiao dodged in time and jumped into the air. Suddenly, a heat wave hit him in the face. The flaming man stretched out his hands, and a long serpent-like pillar of fire lashed out. A person in the air should not be able to dodge, but that did not include him. Han Xiao turned the switch of the small maneuvering propulsion device on his belt, and a few small boxes on the side of the belt made a turbine sound. A strong force came from the belt, and it was as if there was an invisible hand that pulled Han Xiao to the side. The fire serpent brushed past his back and hit the wall, creating a charred hole. 46, 48, and 49, 3 pugilists, and 1 LV-45 Esper. All of them are grade D supers. These should be the high-end combat power left behind by Overmera. In the past, he would have found it difficult to deal with them, but now that his skills were maxed out and his combat power was even higher, he did not feel much pressure even without the mechanical suit. Han Xiao was more concerned about the soldier who shot him, but he realized that the previous round of fire had hit quite a few of his comrades, and the young soldier who shot him was killed. Han Xiaoxin's heart skipped a beat. He did not believe that this was an accident. The person who framed me seems to have deep connections in Overmera. Seeing that I backed down, he purposely attacked me in order to trigger a conflict. As this thought flashed through his mind, Han Xiao obtained a new clue. He suppressed it in his heart and focused on dealing with the 4 supers and soldiers. With a twist of his hands, the sharp blades circled around him like a protective storm, slashing close to 10 times per second, instantly causing the 3 pugilists close to him to bleed. Wherever the blades passed, the soldiers' weapons would be dismembered. He had used this kind of weapon in his previous life, and he did not need to practice too much. He was an expert at using it. He purposely held back and did not kill anyone. The magnetically controlled retractable armor, electromagnetic hover boots, and other equipment that he carried around with him had all undergone precision enhancement modification, and their attributes were even higher. Han Zhao's own combat power had also reached the peak because of his skills being maxed out. Facing these 4 supers whose levels were lower than his, Han Xiao did not even need Viper. With the compounded magnetic chain split blades as his main melee weapon, he could defeat them easily. Han Zhao's health had already reached 3,800, almost the same as pugilists of the same level. With the protection of the magnetically controlled retractable armor, he was very resilient. On the other side, the members of the Bamboo Rain Guild witnessed the whole process of Han Xiao defeating a group of soldiers and 4 supers. Bamboo Rain Xian recorded it and was extremely excited. Only this kind of material is explosive. Bamboo Rain Xiao Fei was surprised. I thought Black Phantom was their VIP guest, but for what they said, it seems like Black Phantom killed their leader. I just checked, and the 4 NPCs that fought with him were all extremely lethal. The forum was right. Black Phantom is one of the strongest NPCs. Bamboo Rain Morning Wine rolled his eyes and said, "Of course, how can an NPC that can give out a main storyline mission not be strong?" Sho. Bamboo Rain Fragrance made a shushing gesture and stared at the scene. Watch the plot quietly. The destructive power of supers was far greater than normal people, and the whole mansion collapsed in the fierce battle. The higher-ups had already run out, shocked and angry. More supers were on their way, and they would definitely be able to kill Black Phantom, provided that the 4 guards could hold him back. The sharp blade cut through the flames, and the iron fist collided with the armor. Han Xiao moved around nimbly like a ferret, and his mobility was terrifying. The 4 supers were exhausted and could barely hit him once. He showed a weakness and lured a pugilist into attacking. He counterattacked with the thermoelectric incisor gloves and knocked down one of them. Then, the sharp blade moved like a whirlpool and cut the Esper who controlled fire. His magnetic armor had good heat insulation, so the damage from the flames was limited. The remaining 2 people were quickly at a disadvantage. Chi. The sharp blade cut through the flesh of the pugilist and shot out from his body, bringing with it blood. In the end, the pugilist twitched and could not move anymore. *T. Lagos was shocked. The speed at which Black Phantom dealt with the 4 guards was beyond his expectations. The backup had not arrived yet, and the ground was in a mess. No one could stop Black Phantom. If he were to go on a killing spree, the officers would suffer heavy losses, and their vitality would be greatly damaged. Swoosh! A sharp blade floated in front of Lagos, and he was so scared that he hurriedly stepped back. However, the blade followed him like a shadow until Lagos fell to the ground. His face was filled with shock, anger, and fear. At this time, Han Xiao suddenly put away the blade, wiped the blood on his face, and said calmly, "I can kill you, but then I will fall into someone else's trap. Our agreement is still the same. I can stay and wait for you to find out the truth. If you insist on capturing me, I don't mind being your enemy." As he spoke, he hooked his finger, and the blade danced in the air. The threat was obvious. Chapter 207. Lagos gritted his teeth with resentment on his face. Without waiting for him to speak, Xiao Jin immediately said, "We accept your conditions. I personally believe that the assassination has nothing to do with you. This is a scheme to provoke conflict between the 2 parties." The upper echelons silently agreed. Black Phantom was stronger than the rumors said. He did not even use the sniper that made him famous, and he easily took down the experts from the headquarters. These people were not weak at all, but they were not on the same level as Black Phantom. At this time, the backup finally arrived. Xiao Jin immediately ordered the soldiers to put away their weapons and spread out their hands to show their sincerity. Han Xiao saw this and put away his weapon as well. He walked toward his residence, and the crowd opened up a path. They were very nervous. Xiao Jin glanced at Lagos and ordered, "Clean up the scene." Lagos's eyes were about to spit fire. The upper echelons of the home sect reached out to help him, but he pushed them away. "He could have killed us, but he insisted that he was not the murderer. You should be reliable," Sei Chi said softly. "Naive," Lagos said coldly. "If he killed us, all the forces in Overmera would fight to the death with the Darknet. He is just pretending to be innocent." Back at his residence, a notification appeared on the interface. "You have triggered an emergency mission. Real murderer. Mission introduction. You have been involved in a conspiracy and have become the scapegoat. You have become a pawn to be used. Mission requirements. Confirm the real murderer and complete the mission. There is only one chance. Reward. 1 random skill or the talent." Han Zhao's eyes flashed. It's a puzzle-type mission with only one chance. There were many types of missions, and puzzle solving was the most common type. Some require the player to be a detective to collect clues, and some clues would be given automatically. However, they were all very vague, and the player had to choose in the end. After waiting for a long time, there were no new instructions. Han Xiao guessed that this mission belonged to the latter type. Considering that Overmera was wary of him, he probably would not be able to get any clues. It's best to wait and see, Han Xiao thought. At the same time, the Bamboo Rain Guild triggered a different mission. Overmera shocking change. The leader of the Overmera was murdered, and the Black Phantom who visited suddenly became the biggest suspect. However, he claimed that he was not the murderer and used force to suppress the voices of opposition. Although the Overmera seemed to be obedient on the surface, some factions still firmly believe that the Black Phantom is the murderer. What is the secret behind this? There are 5 factions to choose from: Black Phantom, Home Faction, Shao Faction, Red Island Faction, and Northern School. Once a faction is chosen, it cannot be changed. Reward. Depending on the final result of each side's contribution, a certain reward will be given. The basic reward is 50,000 experience. Flying Bamboo Rain exclaimed, "At least 50,000 experience." 50,000 EXP was a huge amount for them. Sure enough, wherever Black Phantom was, there would be benefits. What faction have you chosen? Black Phantom. Me too. Everyone agreed. They did not know anything about the Overmera, and Han Xiao had just destroyed the armed forces of the Overmera, so they knew that following Han Xiao was the most reliable choice. The players of the Bamboo Rain Guild found Han Xiao and expressed their intention to help. Han Xiao was a little surprised. He thought about it and guessed that these players had received different missions. Their identities were different, so the requirements for triggering the missions were different. Usually, when there was an incident, the missions would be triggered within the area. Then follow me first. In a corner, 2 people were having a conversation. He did not provoke a direct conflict. The nail that was planted died for nothing. According to the intel, the Black Phantom is a bloodthirsty person. He actually showed mercy this time. What a mistake. Luckily, all the clues have been destroyed. As long as the truth is not found, the Black Phantom will always be the biggest suspect. The next day, the main faction held a hasty funeral for Dilat. In the next few days, the atmosphere in the Overmera became more and more chaotic. Everyone seemed to be very busy. Their footsteps were hurried, and occasionally, they would look at each other, full of unknown meaning. Han Xiao, on the other hand, became invisible. It was as if all the factions had forgotten that he was there. Other than monitoring him 24 hours a day, no one came to contact him. After sending the players of the Bamboo Rain Guild to investigate the situation, Han Xiao stayed in the room. He was calm. He had expected this. He was an outsider and the biggest suspect. Overmera did not have the confidence to deal with him at the moment, so they could only treat him coldly. Even if Han Xiao wanted to look for clues, none of the factions would reveal it. All they could do was wait. However, waiting was not meaningless. All the factions started their own investigations and calculations. Han Xiao thought, Dilat's death was very strange. What was the use of framing him for killing Dilat? First, it was to provoke hatred between Overmera and the Darknet. Then, it was very likely that a third party would benefit. Second, there might be other motives for killing Dilat, and he might just be a good excuse. With his identity and strength, it was indeed very easy to shift the blame to someone else. If the real culprit was to hide himself, then the identity of the real culprit was very likely to be someone who would benefit from it. Thinking about it this way, it seemed that only the factions other than the main faction of Overmera were most likely. Han Xiao still remembered that Overmera had a very serious internal conflict. Killing Dilat was very likely to be to seize power and transfer the suspicion to him. However, going back to the first possibility, the real culprit was still a third party. It also seemed to explain the second possibility, to provoke a conflict between the main faction and the other factions, causing internal strife in Overmera. Sigh, I don't want to think about it. Han Xiao rubbed his eyebrows. Anyway, no matter who the real culprit was, he was in an invincible position. As long as he did not make a move, the real culprit would be the one who was anxious. This mission could not be long-term. The effects of Dilot's death would appear in a short period of time. At that time, someone would definitely give themselves away. In a mansion, the upper echelons of the main faction gathered together. The atmosphere was very serious. The first master is dead. Who's in charge now? A tall and sturdy man said. He was Dilot's younger brother, Todd. Me, Lagos said coldly. Todd put on a fake smile. Lagos, this is not appropriate. What do you mean? Lagos frowned. You should call me uncle. Todd emphasized. First master, my brother died an unnatural death. We are all family. According to seniority, I should be in charge temporarily. Humph, father just died a few days ago. You want to seize power? Aren't you too impatient? Lagos said in a mocking tone. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Without father suppression, Xiao Jin and Sei Qi have ulterior motives. The position of the first master is empty. I don't know what they will do in order to seize the power. Don't think that they felt sorry for father's death at the funeral. In fact, they were laughing in their hearts. Todd chuckled. Don't make it sound so bad. I'm just worried that you might make a mistake due to your lack of experience. Since you think you're up for it, then you can take charge. I won't fight with you. Tell me, what are you going to do next? Lagos snorted. He was too lazy to question Todd's tone. He said, the most urgent thing is to find out who killed father. Todd frowned. He felt that the most important thing was to suppress the ambitions of the other factions and regain control of Overmera. However, it was not appropriate to express such thoughts in front of the home faction. He could only follow the topic and ask, do you have any leads? Lagos's face was cold. Black Phantom is the most suspicious. Every word that comes out of his mouth cannot be trusted. I have already informed some people to contact the strongest killers and mercenaries. When they arrive, there is no need to pretend anymore. We will capture Black Phantom and interrogate him directly. This time, I spent a lot of money to invite a strong person who has been famous for a long time. Maybe it really wasn't Black Phantom who did it, someone said softly. Lagos stared at that person and said coldly, then it must be Xiao Jin. That bastard is very ambitious. He has been under father for so many years. He must not be satisfied. All right, I heard that Han Xiao stayed in Xiao Jin's mansion for an hour on the night of the crime. Maybe Xiao Jin used a lot of money to hire Black Phantom to assassinate father, and then they colluded to put on an act. Chapter 208. If Xiao Jin really works with Black Phantom, it will be bad. It means that he has a weapon of mass destruction, and he can even seize power by force, someone said. Todd shook his head. They wouldn't dare. If there is a sudden change in the headquarters, and the upper echelons of all the factions are massacred, the people outside will take revenge on the enemies until they are dead. Xiao Jin is not stupid, and Black Phantom is an outsider. According to the rules, outsiders are not allowed to interfere with our internal changes. Lagos sneered and said, stupid. How do you know Xiao Jin didn't find a better place to go? Does he not have other forces behind him? His heart may not be in Overmera anymore. Xiao Jin closed his eyes and asked, what's the home faction doing? Lagos is in charge of the overall situation. They are investigating Dilot's death, but there is no progress. Oh, Dilot's mansion was destroyed by Black Phantom during the battle, and the clues are lost. Xiao Jin paused. Who ordered to bring Black Phantom to the scene? The team leader who went to control Black Phantom was called Miri. He died in the battle, shot by a stray bullet. Stray bullet? Huh. Xiao Jin shook his head. What is Black Phantom doing? He didn't do anything. A wise choice. Xiao Jin nodded and said, before the truth of Dilot's assassination is revealed, no faction is willing to contact him. Once they do, they will become the target of public criticism. Those Inhumans are working for him. I still don't understand why he can easily order them around, Xiao Hai said. Don't worry about him. He can't be the murderer. After a pause, Xiao Jin asked, what's the Red Island faction and Northern School doing? They are cooperating with the home faction to find clues. Xiao Jin rubbed his temples and sighed. Sigh, the dog that bites doesn't bark. Say, Chi sat in his office and pulled down all the curtains. He dialed the phone and lowered his voice. Major General, what should we do now? What do you think? Dilat is dead, and the position of the head of the house is vacant. We must elect a successor. I will participate in the election. I hope you can support me. Yes, I will use my connections to help you get votes from the higher-ups. When you take control of Overmera, remember how you got there. Don't forget the promise you made with us. Definitely. After hanging up the phone, Sei-Chi let out a sigh of relief and revealed a sinister smile. His Shanu's skin wrinkled together. Han Xiao was very patient. Every day, he would stay in his room. The members of the Bamboo Rain Guild would act as his eyes and ears, gathering information. Although it was not much, it would not make him blind. In return, Han Xiao wasn't stingy with giving quests to the players of the Bamboo Rain Guild. Then, he opened the skill shop to earn their experience. Going back and forth, he was definitely earning. As mentioned before, as long as Han Xiao's skill level was higher than the players, repeatedly learning the same skill would increase the skills level. Han Technician's skills were all maxed out, so he naturally met the requirements. The players of the Bamboo Rain Guild kept on spending their experience on a skill store. One was willing to fight, while the other was willing to suffer. My basic combat skill is maxed out. Flying Bamboo Rain cheered. The guild members beside him all came up to look at the attributes excitedly. Bamboo Rain Xian said, I'm only level 7. Bamboo Rain Fragrance chuckled. It's your fault for sleeping in every day and not coming online so often. This group of players didn't try to hide their conversation, and Han Xiao heard everything. He found something magical. When the players were talking about things that had nothing to do with the game, the system should have muted them, but he could hear them. Without a doubt, it was the interface's work again. Tap, tap, tap. The sound of steady footsteps approached. Bang! The door was pushed open. There were many soldiers standing outside. Lego stood in the crowd with his hand behind his back and said coldly, Black Phantom, I suspect that you are colluding with Xiao Jin to assassinate my father. Get up now and come with me. Where did you get your confidence from? Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Legos had kept a low profile for so many days. Now that he's suddenly attacked, he must have found someone to help him. As expected, Legos sneered and took a step back. Two people walked out from the crowd, a man and a woman. I see. Han Xiao patted his pants, stood up, and said calmly, Looks like you spent quite a lot of money. The man and woman were a couple, Lun and Vanessa. They were legends in the mercenary world, similar to Han Xiao's position in the assassin world. Their strength was also at the peak of the 3rd level of Blue Star, and they had survived until version 2.0. Legos asked people to contact the Strong One secretly. When they heard that he was going to deal with Black Phantom, many people refused. They didn't dare to be enemies with Han Xiao. Those who dared to come definitely had absolute confidence. He had done his research this time and knew that these two people were at the same level as Han Xiao. It was safest to deal with the two of them together. Black Phantom was definitely not their match. Lego sneered. When I catch you, I'll make you spit out everything you know. Han Xiao shook his head. Isn't it good to be alive? Humph, you're quite arrogant. Lun was a muscular black man. He bumped his fist and said with disdain, I heard that you're good at sniping, but I'm 3 meters away now. I won't even give you a chance to shoot. How many punches can you take? Put down your weapon obediently, or I'll paint the floor with your brain matter. In an empty space, a third person's voice suddenly sounded. Long time no see, Mr. Black. This voice was familiar. Han Xiao raised his eyebrows. Hidden Demon? You're here too. Hidden Demon didn't answer. The air was filled with murderous intent. So it wasn't 2 strong enemies, but 3. Han Xiao shook his head and smiled. No wonder Lagos looked so confident. To deal with him, he really put in a lot of effort. Feeling the hostility of the 3 strong people locking onto him, Han Xiao smiled. The change he was waiting for had finally arrived. This was the chance to show his absolute strength. The players of Bamboo Rain Guild didn't know what to do. This group of extremely dangerous NPCs, they couldn't mess with any of them. Whoosh! A cold wind brushed past. Han Xiao equipped the magnetically controlled retractable armor in time and was scratched by the hidden demon's nails. After not seeing each other for a few months, the hidden demon was 2 levels higher and stronger than before. At that time, Han Xiao couldn't do anything to the hidden demon, and it ended in a draw. But now, in terms of improvement speed, the difference between the two was like heaven and earth. With a wave of his hand, the compounded magnetic chain split blades formed a whirlwind and cut through the air. A series of damage values popped up in the air. A wound opened in the air, and blood dripped down. The next second, the wound shrank and disappeared. The hidden demon could tighten his skin to cover the wound. The hidden demon was shocked by the compounded magnetic chain, split blades, and hurriedly backed off. Before Han Xiao could chase after him, a suffocating pressure came at him. Vanessa pounced forward and smashed her fist down. Han Xiao raised his hands to block, but his hands were sore and painful. He was at a disadvantage in terms of strength. Vanessa and Lun were both close to LV-60 pugilists. Their strength, agility, and endurance were much higher than a mechanic like him. Suddenly, Lun followed up quickly. He clenched his fists together and turned them into a black meteor, heavily hitting the armor on Han Xiao's chest. He felt a pain in his chest, and a high damage value popped up on the interface. This was the advanced technique of the pugilist class. It ignored part of the physical armor and was called hitting a bull through a mountain by the players in his previous life. Pugilists who learned the advanced technique were very difficult to deal with, and it gave him a lot of pressure. Han Xiao's expression didn't change. He pulled back and held 2 guns in his hands. The large caliber bullets shot out. After his shooting skill was maxed out, the power of his guns had increased. Vanessa waved her hands and released a circular air shield, which bounced off the bullet and disappeared. Shockwave blast. Han Xiao frowned. Another advanced technique. The pugilist class always had a place no matter the era. This technique was cool and well-rounded. At this time, the people from the Bamboo Rain Guild opened fire. Although they knew that they could not defeat the enemy, they knew that they had to help since they had chosen Black Phantom's side. Pay attention to your positions, don't get too close. Xiao Fei, Cuckoo, keep attacking. Xian, don't get too close. Bamboo Rain Fragrance ordered loudly. She had experience in leading a team in dungeons, so she arranged the troops according to the method of fighting bosses. Inhumans? Lun was irritated. He used his arm to block his eyes. The bullets were bounced away by the protective flames and could not penetrate his skin. Vanessa swung her leg and pulled out an air blade like a whip. All the players from the Bamboo Rain Guild were cut in half at the waist. They turned into white light and disappeared. The Bamboo Rain Guild was wiped out. The difference in strength was too big. Taking advantage of this short moment, Han Xiao picked up the equipment bag full of machines and rushed into the room. Just as Lun was about to follow, Vanessa pulled him back. Be careful, he's a mechanic. There may be traps. Lun nodded and punched the floor. Cracks spread rapidly from the center of the punch. The whole house was on the verge of collapsing. The whole house was destroyed, and the battlefield became an open space. No matter what kind of trap Black Phantom had set, it would be destroyed. Lagos quickly left with the soldiers. Boom! The house collapsed. Dust filled the air and blocked the vision. Lun narrowed his eyes. He vaguely saw a figure jump out of the ruins. He immediately rushed forward like a war horse. His fist was like a meteor hammer. The flames left a dazzling mark and went straight for the figure's head. Down! Lun yelled. However, the next moment, he heard the sound of energy buzzing and a cold mechanical voice. Strong mode. Thought you're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.